Good evening. This is the regular meeting of the Board of Mayor and Aldermen for December the 11th. To start with, we will have a public hearing. Tonight, our public hearing is on a request to rezone parcels located at 706, 708, and 712 South Atlantic Street from General Commercial C2 to Commercial District C3 zoning district. Is there anyone who would like to address the board in that public hearing? So now we'll close the public hearing and move into the regular meeting agenda for the Board of Mayor and Aldermen, December the 11th. Call to order. That's the city recorder to call the roll.
Baumhocker. Here. Barry.
Here.
Click.
Here.
Noahs. Here. Mann.
Here.
Mathis.
Here.
Wilson.
Present.
With that, we have 7 present, a quorum, and at this time I'll invite Reverend Jim Norman to lead us in the pledge, and then lead us in the prayer, and then the pledge to the flag. Reverend Norman.
Let's pray. Heavenly Father, as we come to you in prayer this evening, we want to say thank you so much for the blessings that you've given to us. Lord, during this holiday season, as we celebrate the birth of your Son, Jesus, help us to remember the words of the angels on that night of his birth. Glory to God in the highest, and on earth peace, goodwill toward all men. Lord, today as never before, we pray for your loving peace. May peace be the guiding force in the hearts of our leaders. May peace reign in every corner of the globe, in the hearts of every man and woman and boy and girl. Father, we pray this Christmas, as always, may we embrace your wonderful gifts with courage and conviction, and in so doing, help us to embrace the greatest gift that you've given to us, your Son, the Prince of Peace. Lord, we know that during the holidays there are many who are hurting because of the loss of a loved one who they won't maybe get to spend Christmas with this year. Some, Lord, are celebrating, and others are having parties, while others are stressed and overwhelmed, discouraged and hopeless. Lord, may you fill their hearts with joy and love and a peace that passes all understanding. Embrace them, Lord, in your love. Provide for their every need, and continue to watch over us in your mercy and your grace. And may you grant each one of us a very Merry Christmas. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Reverend Norman. Tonight we have a certificate of recognition that I would like to read. And it's with some sadness that I am doing this recognition, but it's presented to Jordan Wilkins, who is the assistant to the city administrator. So on behalf of the 20,339 citizens that call Tullahoma home, and by the authority vested in me as the mayor of Tullahoma, in celebration of your dedicated service to the city of Tullahoma and its citizens, for your diligence, positive attitude, exemplary performance as an assistant to the city administrator, and for your efforts in helping plan, execute multiple city community events, I now therefore proclaim Tuesday, tomorrow, December the 12th, 2023, as Jordan Wilkins Day, and urge all Tullahoma citizens to recognize the same. Best wishes in your future endeavors. Jordan, if you join me at the flag.
Thank you, Mayor, Board, Administrator Quick. It has been an honor and privilege to serve the citizens of Tullahoma. It's been a rewarding experience for me, sometimes challenging experience, but Tullahoma will always have a special place in my heart. All the city employees that I've had the privilege of working with, we really have some of the most dedicated people here that care about this city and do their jobs to the best of their ability. And I've been so honored to work with each of them. To all the community organizations that I've had the privilege of working with in my role, thank you for welcoming me and for making me a part of this community. To the board, to Administrator Quick, former board members, former employees, thank you so much for this opportunity. And this is not goodbye. I'm excited about my next chapter. I believe for every purpose, and for every season in your life, there is a purpose. And I believe I've been instrumental here in helping with the transitions over the last year, and I'm proud to have been a part of that. And I wish you all much success, and it's an honor to have done this job, and I look forward to continuing my role in public service for the citizens of Nashville and Davidson County.
Very good. Thank you. Next, we have a proclamation that I'd like to read. Tullahoma, that's made by the Tullahoma Tree Board, and this award is awarded to the Brookdale Senior Living Facility here in Tullahoma to recognize the planting and the care of trees which enhance our community and increases the canopy of Tullahoma's urban forest. This comes from, of course, signed by the mayor, signed by the chairman of the tree board, Ralph Gray, and also recognize Alderman Wilson, who serves on the tree board as well. So, Ms. Loud, if you would join me at the podium, we'd like to get a picture of you receiving this award.
Others that want to join. Yeah, she's got a couple of others.
Just bring the whole team.
Sure did.
We're glad to have the whole team here tonight. Ms. Lyon, we'd like to recognize you as the podium for any comments you care to make regarding the project.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Mayor, would we like to invite Mr. Graham up?
I'm Robin Lyle, the Executive Director at Brookdale, and this is Cheryl Dalton. She is our sales associate, and we just want to thank you all for this recognition. We personally don't have anything to do with the trees, but we do keep an eye on them, and when they do, need trimming and whatever, we take care of that. We do have beautiful trees in the fall, especially around the magnolias, and on the front we have all those beautiful trees that bloom out so nice. So we thank you all very much.
Thank you and congratulations. I'd also like to recognize the chairman of the tree board, if you care to make a comment about work you do for the canopy of our city. Mr. Ralph Graham.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's a privilege to recommend this as a Tree Board Award. We look at examples of attractive arrangement of trees, not just sticking trees in the ground, but arranging them in an artful way. And I think Brookdale represents that. They have a beautiful, and they far exceeded the requirement for the landscaping ordinance, which is about 3 trees, and they've got 14 trees on the lot. So congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'd like to say briefly, the lady with us is Margaret Collinsworth, and she's one of the residents at our community. And we'd like to thank you all for this honor. And how many trees did you say we had?
14.
14. Did that include the 3 in the courtyard?
Yes.
It did. Awesome. Thank you so much again, and for our residents. Thank you.
Thank you again for the job you did. Okay, at this time, I'll open the floor for comments from the citizens. All citizens are interested will be invited to speak up to 3 minutes about any matter under the purview of the board. Please state your name and address.
Greg Sandlin, 106 Albemarle Drive. Good evening, Mayor and Board. I have 3 short comments on issues coming before this board. The first is in the agenda, Ordinance 1619. If I read this right, you're asking to be paid another $150 per meeting for each additional board you're appointed to. So my comments are that that's a lot of taxpayers' dollars, more than $25,000 per year if my math is right. Just a year ago, you increased your salaries, and so if this ordinance passes, you'll essentially be doubling or tripling your salaries come the next election. This board was not meant to be a full-time paying job, but an act of public service. And your job, I've done it before, and I've followed it closely, is to lead and direct your one employee, the city administrator. You lead, you set the agenda, you set the budget, and you direct Mr. Quick, in this instance, to implement your plan, and then hold him accountable to that vision and that plan. That's the job of a board. So I urge you not to pass Ordinance 1619. And if there's an extra $25,000 in the budget, I would encourage you to lower our property taxes. There's a lot of Tullahomans hurting from the crazy inflation, the fuel prices, the increase of property value costs. So I would urge you to lower taxes. That's what conservatives do. Secondly, I understand there are discussions to move the next city election to November, from August to November, to coincide with state and federal general elections. Now, I've spent some time thinking about this issue, and I just urge you to keep local and county elections in August and keep them separate from the state and federal elections. This board voted to eliminate odd-year elections, and that was really sound logic. We saved a lot of costs, something like $30,000, $40,000 a year in those odd-year elections, and we also get much better turnout in the even-year elections. So most citizens agree with that. That was a good plan. However, there's no cost savings associated with moving the city election to November. It's just not. It doesn't feel right, and there's some data on that, but. So I also, it has an air of partisanship to move the city election to November, and I just don't think that serves our city well. So I encourage you not to support that when that comes on your agenda. Lastly, and I've come before the board with this before, there is currently there's still currently a scheduled August 2025 city election, which is 2 school board seats and the city judge. That's certainly, if you could skip that, bump that election 1 year to 2026, would certainly save a very small off-year election and would easily save $25,000-$30,000. And that's another $25,000-$30,000 that you could give us as a tax break to citizens that haven't had a tax break and property tax in a very long time. Thank you.
I have a question, Mr. Sandlin.
Yeah.
Just out of curiosity, you said it would give an air of partisanship. Are you not still the chair of the Coffee County Republican Party?
Oh, I am the chairman of the Coffee County Republican Party, proudly so. But I still feel like the city and county elections should stay. The city elections should stay less partisan, in my opinion. I'm not speaking for the Coffee County Republican Party or the state party. I'm speaking as Greg Sandlin.
Yeah, you're advocating for a tax decrease. That's all.
Oh, you bet I'm advocating for you to give our property taxes back.
That's why they're partisan.
Thank you, Mr. Sandlin.
You bet.
Jody Baltz.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My name is Jody Baltz, and I live at 121 Breckenridge Road in Tullahoma. I'm here tonight to request the city take a proactive action to avoid or at least mitigate a repetition of the unannounced power disruptions that occurred last December that affected the citizens of our community and ratepayers of the Tullahoma Utility Authority. To To give you some background and refresh your memory, on Friday, December 23rd, 2022, we had a bitterly cold day. Our community woke to a wind chill of minus 27 degrees and an inch and a half of snow on the ground. The high that day only reached 8 degrees. However, that was not the bad part. TUA cut power in our neighborhood from 10:37 a.m. to 10:51 a.m. That night and overnight, TUA again cut power. At 1:50 a.m., there was no power. Later that day, Christmas Eve, power was again cut from 8:25 a.m. to 8:40 a.m. Insofar as the public is concerned, these rolling blackouts were unplanned and without notice. This was a great inconvenience to our citizens as they were making preparations for or celebrating Christmas. Later it was learned that TVA and TUA were implementing involuntary rolling blackouts, 15 minutes every 3 hours, without notice to the public. In the following days, the Nashville and national media reported that TVA did this to assure power for Nashville and the Titans NFL game. Obviously, this was the expense and detriment of the people in smaller cities and rural areas. What I'm requesting is the following. Number one, that you advise TUA to not volunteer to cut power or implement rolling blackouts. Number two, that in the event that TUA is forced by TVA to implement rolling blackouts, that you provide timely notice to the public. The Coffee County government has the capability to send out such emergency notices, and someone with the city or TUA should be charged with seeing that this is carried out. Number three, these notices should give, to the extent possible, the times and locations for the rolling blackouts. And number four, finally, once the rolling blackouts are concluded, at the earliest practical time, the city should obtain a report from TUA as to the times, duration, and locations where the blackouts were actually implemented. This report should be made available to the public through an independent media source, such as the Tullahoma News. I'm cognizant that there will be times, such as power outages as a result of storm damages, where there can be little or no notice. TUA has made great strides in the 25 years since the infamous ice storm of 1998 to buttress, protect, and improve the power distribution system, and outages have become very rare. These suggestions are provided to you so that you may, in the future, help avoid a self-inflicted wound to our community. Thank you for your time.
Ben Horst.
Hi, my name is Ben Horst. I'm with Miss O's Donuts, and tonight I'm here for about the
Your
food
address,
truck.
please.
Go ahead.
What is your address, please?
My address?
Yes,
It's in Belvedere, Tennessee.
in Belvedere, for the record.
So I've got just a few things. I'm not against some of the proposed things. The permit fee, I understand that. We pay that other places. But there does seem a whole lot in this that gives the city permission to do whatever they want to, kind of open-ended. One of those things that I really have a problem with is the background check. I know it's been stated that Winchester has that in Deckard, and they do. We don't go there anymore, hardly at all, because of that, some of those things. But I find that it's kind of discriminatory to me, because there's other business owners in the city of Tullahoma that are not required to have that. And the reasons given are that we're more dangerous than, or there's more potential for danger in a food truck than there is in a business. And I guess I believe that a kitchen, whether it's mobile or stationary, is not the issue. The problem is the people. So they're mobile. They come and go. Whether it's a kitchen, they can bring stuff back to the kitchen or to a store, a business, and sell. Or they could be a danger. It could be a sex predator. It could be a felon, and you have no background check for that. So I feel like it's discriminatory to say that food trucks are more dangerous than in other businesses. I know the kids walk through the city of Tullahoma all over the place, and they go into these stores that don't have background checks, and if we're not safe, then I don't feel like any of the kids are safe in Tullahoma. There is also a thing in the city of Tullahoma, as in all places, you've got electricians, you got plumbers, you got cleaners, you have all kinds of people that go into the houses of these people, and again, there's no background check for those people. So I find it discriminatory to say that we would have to have one, and it was told to me that it would only be for the business owner, but this here specifically states that someone in the trailer has to have a background check at all times, and that already, my wife and I both run it together, and sometimes I'm there, sometimes she's there, so that means that immediately we'd have to get two right off the bat. And then there are times that I've hired people to run it for a while when I'm not there. And my question is, how far is the city going to go? Are they going to be knocking on my door every day that I'm in town to see if who has a background check and who doesn't? So I find it to me it's disturbing that it's discriminatory based on other businesses in Tullahoma. There are some other things. I know it was said that we wouldn't have to have the times, but I think it's still in here. Again, I don't know, maybe they're planning to take it out, but the times, we'd have to provide times that we're going to be there. And also that we have to get approval from the board to move from the spot that we are. Again, I find that very an overreach. Because we're not always, because we are mobile, we're not always in the same location. Sometimes we move.
Thank you, Mr. Forrest, but your time has expired.
Okay.
Franklin, I'm sorry, I didn't know how to say your last name.
Kemak.
Okay.
Franklin Kemak, 1910 East Lincoln Street. 3 minutes, right? All right, here we go. Good evening. My name is Franklin Kemak. I'm a teacher, nationally award-winning advisor of Future Business Leaders of America, trivia host, and food lover. I'm speaking tonight on the topic of the city's food truck ordinance. Food trucks have become very popular in Tullahoma. Most cities in the state have ordinances on food trucks, and that's fine, but there are several items on the proposed ordinance that needs to be addressed. Section 9806, number 11, at least one person who is in the food truck must have passed a background check for the city of Tullahoma. If no one in the food truck has had a background check, then the food vendor is out of compliance with this ordinance. In a phone call with Mr. Berry on Monday, December 4th, I asked about this and was told that this would not be the case, that the owner of the truck would have to be background checked and the employees would not. The owner would be responsible for the actions of their employees, which for me is completely reasonable. I specifically asked if the owner left their employees to run the truck and went on an errand, there would be no issues, and he said correct. I specifically asked about other business owners needing background checks and was informed that every business that has a beer or liquor license has to have a background check, but those people are not required to be in the business at the entire time it is in operation. It is unrealistic to ask a business owner to be in their business the entire time it is open. So the question is, will the city pay for every person to be background checked who could be left alone in the truck? Section 9807, permit fee, $250 is what we currently have it listed as for our fee. This is incredibly high compared to our own county. Manchester City is only $50. If we want to compare ourselves to another location, why not Murfreesboro, Memphis, Chattanooga, which is $50, or even Franklin or Mount Juliet, which is $100. Instead, we look at economically stagnant Winchester. I thought we were better than that. Instead, it looks like we don't want the food trucks here. If it's to protect our brick and mortar restaurants, it's not like the food trucks is really hurting them. It's their own high prices and lack of service. I spent 20 minutes in a local restaurant last week without a server coming to a table to welcome us or take a drink order. 2 weeks ago, I ate here on the square, and our order was 2 cheeseburgers, fries, and 2 teas, and it was just under $40 without tip. I was told in my phone conversation with Mr. Berry Monday night that a food truck was a Tullahoma resident, their fee would be less than someone from out of town. I don't see that in this ordinance at all. Section 9809, General Rules X, no separate freestanding signs are permitted. I see other businesses in Tullahoma with freestanding flags or wacky inflatable arm waving tube men, but it isn't impeding traffic. I don't see why it's okay for one business to be able to do this and others not. Most other ordinances that I've read allows for at least a sandwich board style sign set outside the truck. Even our state legislator has been taking steps to make it easier for food trucks to be mobile by passing HB 814 that allows food trucks a gold standard state fire permit so they don't have to jump through the hoops of having inspections in every single location they operate. If the state is trying to make it easier for food truck owners, then why are we making it harder? The everyday people of Tullahoma enjoy the food trucks. It brings a food diversity to our town that we haven't had before. Greek, Jamaican, even some custom desserts that are absolutely delicious. Food trucks are a great way for owners to try out a market and maybe one day turn it into a brick and mortar. I can name several Nashville and Murfreesboro trucks that have done just that. Mr. Berry has made it very clear online that he only cares about Tullahoma and will only speak with people living in Tullahoma Tullahoma, but these owners brings business to Tullahoma with their trucks because people follow the trucks here. Then they buy their groceries, go get gas, go axe throwing. Please don't make it harder for business owners to do business in our town. Thank you. And I'm sorry I went over on my time.
You squeezed down a lot of words in that length of time. Thank you.
Point of order, Mayor. I was raised, and I do want to.
You was raised. You got a comment?
I do. Thank you. I have made it clear online that I was elected to represent the citizens and businesses of Tullahoma, and that you are my priority, period, and other people come after. So not just that I just won't speak, because I did actually sit down and speak with Mr. Horst. So please don't take that out of context.
Jackson Jones?
All right. First, thanks, Franklin. I'm Jason Jones, 804 Westwood Drive here in Tullahoma. My 3 minutes, I assume, starts now. And yes, there has been kind of a lot of stir about this. There's been a lot of movement. You know, there's been a lot of work on this. I want to thank these guys here for all the work that they put forward. We've come a long way with this. But I think there still are a few sticking points that we really need to address before we try and put this ordinance through. And yes, online, I do get a lot of feedback from people. The couple of sticking items that I really have is the background check. All in all, when it's all said and done, all the food truck owners want is equality among other businesses. That's it. That's all we want. You know, so if we are required to have a background check, why is everyone else? You know, there are potential for crimes in trailers and trucks. Yes, there's potential for that crime anywhere that we go. So that's the major sticking point. So doing a poll, I asked the people, of the Tullahoma food truck page regarding the background checks. Should Tullahoma require background checks? But who should they require them to? Here's your votings. Out of 405 votes, 0% or 4 votes, only food trucks. 6%, 26 votes, all food service industries. 16%, 68 votes, all types of businesses. And I'm going to combine these next two. 73%, 300 votes, it's none of the city's business. And 1%, 8 votes, just strictly no. Those last two are a total of 74% no. Those are people that frequent businesses here in Tullahoma that want to come and patronize these things. That is their actual thoughts of what they think of this background check. So just keep that in mind. Like I said, the one thing that we're looking for is equality. In the very beginning of that, and in giving the definitions of the different types of food trucks, it specifically mentions canteen trucks and ice cream trucks, where it's prepackaged things that are given out. So if we're so dangerous as food truck owners, those type of people don't have to have these permits that we're coming after. My question is why? So a food truck is more dangerous than an ice cream truck going around the neighborhood and kids run up to the side? I don't think so, honestly. Signage is another big thing. Why would there be a differentiation between signage of a food truck versus a regular brick and mortar? As long as it's not in a public right-of-way or line of sight impeding traffic or anything, we should be able to do as other businesses. You know, that's what we have. Also, we're inspected by state health inspectors and state fire marshals for health and safety regulations. When it comes to health and safety, we have state certifications we have to meet. We don't need the city coming in and say, hey, we think you need to do this, need to do that. It's coming from the state. And that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jones.
That's all I have.
That's all the citizens that have been asked that have signed in. Is there anyone else who would like to address the board? Anything under the purview of the board? State your name and address.
Yes, thank you. Mayor, I'm Jim Woodard. Address is 2011 North Jackson. And also, I just am coming to speak to the board and actually on behalf of our mayor. I happened to be working the last board meeting and listening to all the statements and the conversations going on with the board, and I listened to our Mayor Pro Temp basically accuse our mayor of some improper activities. I'm here to speak up for Ray Noes. I've known Ray Noes since I moved to this town. I guess I came here in 1984. I joined Rotary in 1986, and Ray was in Rotary. Had a chance to meet him for the first time. And as a Rotarian, there's 4 things that we have to declare. 2 of those 4 things that we have to declare is the first one, is it the truth? And is it fair to all concerned? I appreciate...
Mr. Woodard, let me interrupt. Do you have anything that's under the purview of the board that you'd like to address the board with?
Well, I do think I have it under the board. Mayor, thank you for that and asking. Someone accused our mayor of basically improprieties. And I'm here to stand up and say, as an individual and somebody that knows our mayor and campaigned for our mayor, that I believe in his character. I believe in his intelligence. Last time I checked, I think the mayor went to UT, went to a trade school, ended up going to Motlow, ended up putting himself through Vanderbilt with an engineering degree, ended up going back and getting a master's from UT. So I'm here to say that I think our mayor is well qualified to be serving on a board of TUA.
Let me interrupt you one more time.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Wortham, do you have something under the purview of the board that you'd like to address the board for?
The purview of the board is that they're challenging your position and they're challenging your character. And I'm here to stand up to say,
thank you,
for a person that I trust and believe in, that you are very capable of serving and doing things for the right reason. The other thing I'd like to do is compliment Jordan. I don't think tonight, as we recognize Jordan, he's been working very hard for the Dustin Lynch charity concert that is going to be tomorrow night. So, Dustin, I just want to thank you for all your hard work for that charity, and I appreciate you doing that. Also, I was in the mall in 1998 when that power outage happened, and I was in there with candle lights and trying to serve the customers with that. And Greg has already left, but I have a tendency to be in agreement with Greg on the taxes and also on the scheduling and the time of votes. I would like to continue to see our schedule of voting staying the same. But with that being said, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Wortham. Anyone else? Please state your name and address. Anything that's under the purview of the board.
Thank you. I'll be brief. My name is Mark Shemp. I live at 204 East Lauderdale Street with my wife for the last 41 years. We've had the pleasure of being Tullahoma residents by choice. We lived in one spot for 26 years, and we've been where we are, 36 years rather. We've been where we are now for 5 years. During that time, everything's worked well on the way the board works, the way the elections go and stuff. So I want to just briefly ask that I second what Mr. Stanley and Mr. Woodard said about the election issues. I don't see any reason to move the election to the fall. Let's keep local. Let's not blow down with all the noise and the current of the politics that come out of the national elections and the state elections. So I appreciate your consideration to stay the course with what we've been doing in our elections. I also would ask you if you would continue to televise your work session. I know there was discussion going on that you don't do that anymore. There was a comment, and I agree, as a prior commissioner, I appreciate the opportunities to speak with candor. But if it's a public hearing where people can sit in the audience, I expect you to be as open and candid with each other then as you would knowing that somebody was sitting on in their chair watching it on TV. So I'd be grateful if you'd keep it going. I appreciate all you do. Thank you for your support, and that's the extent of what I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sheriff. Anyone else?
Hi, Ashley Shockley, Pickett Drive, Tullahoma City Limits. I wasn't going to speak tonight, but y'all really know how to light a fire in citizens. I actually agree with a lot of what Mr. Sandlin said, which is funny because I'm a diehard liberal, or as Ms. Allmacher likes to say on Facebook, a mentally ill liberal.
Point of order. Do you have something before the board?
I do.
The purview of the board.
I do, yes. I think changing the elections to November is a huge mistake. I think some people were only elected on this board because they ran under the Republican name. And this is their way of still trying to get elected because they're not relevant if they're not a conservative Republican, which is interesting because we have more lawsuits that are costing this money, the city, thousands of dollars, but yet they're conservative. So that's just something I want everyone to think of, that everyone's watching these meetings. Thanks.
Thank you for your comments. Anyone else? Seeing no one else, we'll close the comments from citizens and move right into the approval of the agenda. We've had the agenda a little bit delayed, but we finally got the agenda out to everyone. Hope everyone has had an opportunity to approve it. And with that, I would entertain a motion to approve the agenda as printed. Do we have a motion?
Got a motion.
Barry, second by Mathis.
Yes, right here. Got a motion from Barry, seconded by Mathis. So with the motion on the floor, I would like to make a modification to the agenda tonight. I would like to move I'd like to adjourn the Board of Mayor and Aldermen and move the beer board up. Is there any, I'll just adjourn let me ask the question, is there anyone here from the beer board tonight? We won't need to make that amendment then. Okay, we have a motion to approve the agenda as presented. Any questions about the agenda? Ready to vote? And that passes 7-0. Very good. We'll move on with the reports from our alderman. Ms. Wilson, we'll start with you tonight. Alderman Wilson.
Thanks, Mayor. There's been a lot of great events that have taken place that I'm sure that we've all attended, but I did have the pleasure of attending the Flip the Switch tree lighting ceremony on Saturday, November 25th. That was very special. There were a lot of vendors, a petting zoo. That's when we met at History Park, and there were a couple kids that got to called up to actually light the tree, and it was a special moment. I also attended the 67th annual Tullahoma Christmas Parade that was on Friday, December 1st. Very well attended. Lots of really, all the floats were really great. There were close to 118 entries, which is pretty interesting. It seems to grow bigger every year. Very well organized. It's well attended by not only just our own citizens, but there's a lot of people that travel here from other cities to watch our Christmas parade. So that's pretty special. And I'd like to just take time, because most people watch the parade, they don't think about the time and effort that goes into that and behind it. And I just would like to thank our police department, fire department, Parks and Rec, and all of the city employees for the months, days, and hours spent gearing up for this event, setting up and cleaning up for the benefit of our community, as well as the Tullahoma Chamber of Commerce, of course. Also attended Breakfast with Santa this past Saturday. That's a really special event too. It was well attended, I think well over 200 attendees that came for that. Of course, it was we were graced by Santa Claus and his elf. The kids really liked the fire truck and the presents they received. And I'd also just like to recognize the Parks and Rec and the city employees that spent lots and lots of time preparing for weeks, organizing that, decorating and cooking, and both cleaning up the facility before and after. I mean, there's a lot of effort put into that as well. Just also would like to make sure everybody's aware that right now through December 23rd is the third annual Christmas Artisan Market over at Tullahoma Fine Arts Center. So make sure that you try to get in there for your Christmas goodies. The hours for that are Monday through Saturday, 10 to 4 p.m. You can pick up some beautiful handcrafted items that are by our wonderful local artists. Also, South Jackson Performing Arts Center had their opening night for White Christmas, the musical, on Friday, December 8th, over this weekend. But you'll still have another chance for that, as they are having more showings this coming weekend, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, so make sure that you try to get out for that. And also, I attended a couple tree board meetings, I think, since the last time I was here. Just wanted to kind of give a report on that. There is a tree club now that they had their second tree club meeting, in which they took the students and parents to the Christmas tree farm in Woodbury. And there was a hayride. They learned a lot about the trees, and as well as how to ball and burlap the trees. And right now, the tree board is currently working on attaining their level 3 certification for the Arboretum, which is 90 or more species of trees, and also new signage, and as well as working on right now there's an honorary tree program brochure that they've been working on, which is a program where you can have a tree planted in honor of a loved one. And we've also been working on a long-range plan for Tullahoma. And that's it.
Thank you, Alderman Wilson. Alderman Rand.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I attended our monthly TAEDC meeting this past Tuesday. I was also fortunate enough to attend a couple weeks ago and play a small part in the Greater Faith Community Church's Thanksgiving meals this year. They were able to prepare and deliver over 300 meals to folks here in Tullahoma. Great congregation, Pastor Smith and his family. They do so much for this community, and I really appreciate them and all they do. I was also lucky enough to attend and be in our Christmas parade with our city administrator up in the fire truck. It was a great parade this year, thanks to all involved in putting that on. And finally, I want to wish Jordan Wilkins all the best as he leaves us for the Nashville Mayor's office. He's going to be doing big things there, so I'm sure we'll hear more from him, and be very proud of the job he does for them, like the job he did for us.
Thank you, Alderman Mann. Alderman Mathis.
Thank you, Mayor. One thing that I brought up previously was us to do something for Alan Harris, the general who is in Tullahoma, but he grew up in Tullahoma. He's the first one, any recognition of anybody I know that grew up in Tullahoma and has became a general in the Army. And I think we need to do something, name something after him, or do something to show that we're appreciative of that, even if we bring him up here and do something that way. But I think all the board members need to keep that in mind and make sure we don't let it go. That's all I have.
Keep that on my agenda. Alderman Perry.
I'll be pretty short. I did because I'm going to do a lot of talking later. Bobby did a great job recapping all the events, and I didn't get to go to the Breakfast with Santa, and I was jealous. I saw the pictures, so a little jealous I didn't make it to that. Shout out to Charles Rush, our Employee of the Month, nominated by Miss Sue Wilson. He stepped in it, and he's done a good. Are you? He's kicking my mic away from me, Matt. I'm just kidding. It's time to stop.
It's like the hook coming over.
Congratulations to him. Thank you, Jordan, for your time here. It's been a pleasure getting to know you. I hope that you do continue to stay in contact. I know that you're going to do incredible things in Nashville, and looking forward to see where you go from here. Speaking of Nashville, I think prayers for our neighbors in the communities up there. That was devastating. I think I've heard 6 lives lost. 1 was a child, and that could have been here, right? So continue to pray for them, especially this time of year when something like that happens. Our own, separate from that, remember our rescue squad here, or Coffee County. They had a terrible incident there, and they take care of people all over the county around this time of year. So if you can find a way to help any of them, or at least pray to keep them in their thoughts. And that's it. Thank you, Mayor.
I just want to say, now that we're at the end of the year, I just want to say thank you to everybody in Tullahoma that does everything every day to make things great for everybody else in Tullahoma. And I just want to wish everybody a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
Mayor Pro Tem Alderman.
You'll get it right eventually.
I'm trying.
So a couple of things. What does an alderman do? Unfortunately, I don't know that anything on here has anything to do with supervising our one and only employee, because he's, by the way, doing a fabulous job, and I want to start off by thanking him for all the hard work and dedication he's put in over the past few months. Very little do we actually have to do whenever we have such great employees who really chip in and do their work. Since we're not busy really monitoring his every move, what are we doing? Well, this agenda will tell you we're doing quite a bit. And, as the supervisory and legislative authority of the city, I know our plates have all been full with the charter revision, with trying to make sure that we're implementing the most fair legislation and protecting our citizens, as well as providing the services that you pay for. And I did want to just address one thing. By the way, when this board passed the previous raise, it did not affect this board. None of us up here have received any sort of raise for doing anything that we have done, and that will not go into effect until the next board is elected. So we continue to work for you, and even whether you vote for us, support us, don't support us, like something we say, don't like anything we say, like our city administrator, like our mayor, dislike our mayor, like anything, I will tell you, please attack policy and not people, because I can assure you everybody up here is working very hard to make sure we're doing the best for the city of Tullahoma. So I'll discuss the raises later, since that is on the agenda. The involuntary rolling blackouts, that's not on the agenda, but I appreciate that, Mr. Baltz, and I actually went back through my messages. On the day that happened, I text our TUA representative, President, Chairman, Mr. Skelton, and I asked him, kind of what that was about and why we couldn't get any, why we didn't have any notice for that. And it was put to me, and I'd love to know if that's still the case, if we know more now, that was involuntary twofold, that it was involuntary also that they had a 1-minute notice and they had no choice by TVA. So I think our fight may be with TVA and not TUA. I'm not 100% on that, but I would love more information, because I actually made a big deal about it, because my mother is on oxygen, and she has gone into respiratory arrest 4 times over the past 6 months, and barely made it out alive. And when when she has no power and her oxygen goes down, it is life-threatening. And so without any notice that may happen, I know she's not the only one in this town. I find that very concerning, and I also found it very tasteless that we had no notice for that. So I agree with you, and we'll be happy to look more into that. As far as what I've been doing, last week we had a TML invites us yearly to a legislative conference, and that was online this year, where they talk about legislation, since we are a legislative authority, legislation at the state that will impact our local decision making, and at different things coming on the pipeline. Just a recap of that, because I found it very interesting, and those of you on this board who were not able to attend that, I have asked that we get a copy of that so each of you can review it. There is lots of land use legislation, both federal and state, coming down the pipeline to maintain our farmland. There's a federal farm bill that's coming down. There is a property tax cap bill that's on the agenda that many of our citizens in Tullahoma might find very interesting and may want to contact your legislators about, and also let us know how you would like for us to advocate. There's a state shared sales tax bill that hopefully would put some more money back in the pockets of cities, although I would have liked for it to see it go back into the pockets and then decrease sales tax across the state by percentage for the citizens, and not just give that back to the cities. I will tell you that there was also $2 billion at the state level that was not programmed this year. And our city's barely scraped by. I can tell we really had, I know all across after the pandemic, it's been very hard to provide the same level of service and overcome all that we lost during those couple of years. But we have bounced back. as a state especially, and the average across cities of our size, less than 35,000 in population, was about a 20% increase in revenue over the total average of cities with less than 35,000 in revenue. And so the push is really to make our communities great again this next year, and hopefully, we can impact that with legislative decisions that we make here, and also, share your voice with our representatives going forward. So if you have any questions on any of those, feel free to reach out to me. I'd love to have a discussion with you. Another thing, just FYI, was partisan municipal elections. Since we already have partisan school board members, and your Coffee County chair will actually have to support some local elected officials, whether he likes it or not, since they have to run partisan. That's actually coming down the pipeline. It may not even be our choice. So if it's not something you want, that's actually a bill that will be coming to the legislature. Partisan municipal elections will be up this year at our General Assembly. So just wanted to give a little overview of that. That's what I've been doing over the past few weeks, as well as attending a Women's Public Leadership Network conference for right-leaning women, and I make no bones about it. I am who I am, and I stand where I stand. So sorry to the Coffee County Rescue Squad. If there's something, I would love for this board to think about what we can do to support them, and also support the people who have lost their homes in Nashville and in Clarksville, and the deaths. I think I read this morning that there were 2 children. One was a 2-year-old, and one was about a 8 or 9-year-old little boy. And so that's just horrible, horrific. Good news to Tullahoma, I was actually in Nashville at the time, so I feel like I have a tornado-like gravity pull towards me. So I was in Nashville when the tornado hit, and I'm glad that we were able to, kind of get by without having any severe weather here. But I'm awfully sorry to those who have lost their property and lives in the city of Nashville and in Clarksville. So, Mr. Mayor, that is all.
Thank you, Alderman. And your comments about the TML review is very spot on. You covered that very well. I'm on the TML policy committee, and all the subjects that you mentioned are coming before our General Assembly this coming year. So make your voices known to your elected representatives, us included, so we can make your voices heard. One interesting thing that I had last week, actually a month ago now, it's on the 20th of November, I met with TDOT. TDOT is planning to start work on the bridge construction on Rock Creek on Wilson Avenue. They haven't put up any barricades or anything yet, but the plan is to get all the contractors aligned with getting that work started. And from the start to finish on that project is anticipated being 3 years. We'd hope it'll be less time than that, but looking at all the work, the way they have to coordinate contractors on that, they do plan to keep one lane each way open for the full time they're working on that bridge. So that's a big engineering project to keep those lanes open there. So look for that work coming down the pike. I attended the Planning Commission meeting later that day, and we had 2 study sessions, if you'll recall, after that on the food trucks and the street cuts. And we went on to another South Central Tennessee Development District that I'm a member of on the executive committee. I met in Mount Pleasant. Another SCHRA, South Central Human Resource Agency, met in Loretto last week. That was down in Florence, yes. The Christmas parade was a success this year in every respect, I think. To look at the weather that we had that day, right up to parade time, then look at the weather the next day when so many parades were scheduled, and it poured rain all day. We were blessed. And to have the weather just so much cooperated so well, and it was just the amount of people attending that parade had to be the largest it's ever been. It's just around the street. So it's my heart good just to see people out enjoying the Christmas parade. So with that, I'd like to turn to the city attorney for his report.
I don't have a specific report tonight. I've been working on the charter revisions for you all to discuss them with you tonight as we go through them. Been doing research and talking with MTAS people about that. So as we go through that and some other items on the agenda, I will address those things at the appropriate time.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Worthing. Okay, City Administrator, Mr. Quick.
Thank you, Mayor. Since our last board meeting, we had a meeting of the Mayor's Youth Council. Alderman Berry and I both attended. It was a great opportunity for the students to be able to come up, and our own Alderman Berry was able to answer some questions for them regarding the role of aldermen in the city. So it was an opportunity for us to actually have them sit in your seats. One of the things they are looking at implementing again is to have a representative sitting up here. We look to start that perhaps in January. They've asked to have 2 seats, so we may have to see if we can scoot one down. We've already looked at that. We may be able to seat 2 of them up there, but they're really excited. One of the things that Alderman Berry and I spoke about was serving your community and making sure that you come back to where you started and make a difference in that community. And they were just a great group. The T. Wilson Avenue meeting, I did go along with the mayor, with Butch Taylor, with Public Works, with Eric. Just the only thing I would say is I have never been more impressed with how a meeting is conducted, and it was a strong eye-opener for me as far as the collaboration between all the different units and how it has to be sequential. And it was an impressive time for me to understand how TDOT really works. The mayor says we have nothing really showing yet, except we are seeing some little flags in the ground, so we're marking lines and whatnot, and we're looking forward to hopefully a short 3-year program on Wilson Avenue. Along with Alderman Mann and Director of Finance Sue Wilson, Assistant Director of Finance and Treasurer Jason Ray attended the TAEDC meeting that was held previous Tuesday. During that meeting, the developers of the Summerlin project came, and they presented the TIF information to the board. The board has accepted their application. It is now going to a subcommittee on TAEDC's board, and they will be going through the application, submit it back to the board with a recommendation for approval, and then that will then come to the Board of Mayor and Aldermen. I would expect that if things go the way we're looking, probably in February, that should come to the board meeting. From there, then it would go to the Coffee County Commission if we were to approve that. Internally, conversion of rack space, we hope to have that started and completed in January. As we all know, that has been a difficult issue that has challenged most all of our city employees regarding email. So we have 3 different quotes. I received the 3rd quote today, so we will have that on the agenda for our next meeting in January for you to vote on. We do have that money budgeted. We've had that in a reserve that Sue has set aside just for this actual conversion. We're looking at that number to come in right around the $20,000 mark, and should be anywhere between 3 to 4 weeks, and they're thinking probably 3 weeks. So that would be really a great opportunity for us to get more efficient in our emailing and our communications. We have a position posted right now for a community engagement officer. This is sort of a backfill for the position that Winston had. It will also take in some of the responsibilities that Jordan Wilkins has had, and a couple of other things that I'm looking for that to do. But it's a way for us to stay not only connected to our community, but also promoting our community to our citizens. I go back to what Alderman Allmarker said, what are we doing? I think it's really important that we show them all of the things that are going on behind the scenes. So we'll be looking forward to hopefully having someone that I can name to you at our next board meeting. I held a meeting with MTAS, our MTAS representative consultant for our police department, our police chief search. That went really well. I have provided each of you with a schedule of what that timeline looks like. The shareholder interviews were conducted at the end of November. I am meeting again with the consultant on Wednesday, who is going to come back with ideas of things that may or may not need to be in our job description. That job description should be solidified, and then we should have that posted for December 15th, and that should run for 30 days. And then we'll follow that calendar, that schedule of events as I provided that to you. As that proceeds, I will make sure to, as we check off a box, I will make sure that you're aware of that. I don't want to let things go by without recognizing Nick Kimbrough and the collaborative work that he did with our Tullahoma Fire Department on an arson investigation that had our fire department and our police department not responded really fast, could have turned into a major event. And Nick and his team, along with some of the investigators from the Tullahoma Police Department, were able to apprehend this individual. I believe it also incorporated people from the U.S. Marshal's Office and whatnot. But I really want to say thank you to Nick and for those investigators. It shows how our departments work very well and hand in hand together, so that was great. Also, as I was coming back Saturday from a trip to Knoxville to visit with my son, I was receiving texts from my wife about a tornado coming. And I will tell you that I was prepared for that, but I will tell you who was more prepared for that, and that was the city of Tullahoma. Before I could even start texting, I had a text communication from Interim Police Chief Sons explaining what the situation was at the city at the time. I received the same text communications from our Fire Chief, Kenny Pearson, about the things that they were doing, and then our Parks and Rec Director, J.P. Kraft, let me know that our community centers were ready and available. So should that have happened, I feel really good about the way that our department heads collaborated with one another and that we were ready to respond. So I just want to say thank you to those gentlemen. Again, it's always great when someone brings that to you before you even have to ask. They were already ahead of where I was, so that was really good. I attended the AEDC Community Ball along with several of the Board of Mayor and Aldermen, and that was really a good lesson for me to understand more about the AEDC fellows in that program, and maybe some opportunities that we as a city can continue to serve the AEDC. Attended the Christmas tree lighting, the public Christmas parade as well. If you think it looks great from the ground, you ought to see it from the bucket of the fire truck. It was really something to see. Hopefully some of you can have that opportunity next year, but it was something. I also want to say thank you to Butch Taylor and for his crew. They do so much behind the scenes, and I explained that to some people after the parade, that magically our streets aren't cleaned up and ready for serving the community the very next day. It's not magical. It's those committed to public works, and I would just want to say thank you to Butch. His team was right on the spot. They had everything ready to go with barriers and clean up, and just, again, that was a great part of our team effort, and I want to say thank you, Butch. Also, I would be remiss if I didn't explain something that I saw the other night. I was able to attend the Tullahoma Fire Department Christmas dinner. And I learned very quickly what a family looks like as far as a family of workers. I saw retirees and their spouses. I saw children. I saw people that had retired or just not working with us anymore, who all came back, and it was just something really special. So I want to congratulate Chief Pearson for that event, and I look forward to attending that next year. Similarly, after the Christmas parade Friday night, I was invited by the Tullahoma Police Department to also come, and they had chili, and it couldn't come at a better time because I was rather cold and hungry. But again, saw the children, saw the wives, and it made me realize that while the fire department employees make a commitment, the families of our employees and police department, those families also make a sacrifice for their loved one. And I want us to start looking at things that we can do to support the families of our first responders and all of our other employees as well. Real quickly, almost done. Junior NBA had 23 teams that were compiled after the draft, and that's serving 230 children, and that is huge for junior NBA. And I think we could have had probably another 8 teams had we been able to have enough court space, but the schedule wouldn't work. So there were some students and children that we were not able to to accommodate. Maybe we can figure something out, and hopefully we can do something next year. Breakfast with Santa that Alderman Wilson attended. 250 was the number, Alderman Wilson, that was given to me this afternoon by members of the Parks and Rec, so I think that was an extremely successful event. Had 3 quick cups of coffee with citizens. I always enjoy sitting down with the citizens, hearing what's on their mind, and I would encourage any of our citizens to reach out to City Hall and schedule a time, because I love to sit down and understand what we can do to serve others. Last, I also want to say thank you to Jordan Wilkins. We've had about 3 months to work together, and he has been the consummate professional. Attention to detail, sense of urgency, thinking about how he can best serve the city of Tullahoma. He has done above and beyond an outstanding job, and I've told him several times I'm going to miss seeing Jordan in the office every day, because he brings a special uplifting and a special energy to the building that we're going to sorely miss after tomorrow. That is my report.
I have one, excuse me, I have one question for you, Jason. Could you give us an update on the soccer, Johnson Lane bathrooms and concession stand?
Sure can. Right now, we have that out to bid. We're waiting for those bids to come back, and that will help us to answer the questions as far as cost and how all of that's going to look. Those bids should come back January 4th. So hopefully we will have that information prepared for you that we can look at it in a January board meeting.
That's great. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
With that, we'll move into the agenda for the evening. We'll start with the consent agenda. The item number 2201, the minutes of the November 13th. Need a motion. A motion from Mann, second from Mathis. Any questions on the consent agenda? Now we're ready to go. Agenda passes 7-0. We'll move right into unfinished business. First thing on the agenda is ordinance number 1615, an ordinance to amend Title 7, Chapter 2, Fire Prevention Code, and Chapter 306, authority at fires of the Municipal Code of the City of Tullahoma. This is for passage on the second and final reading. Motion from Berry, seconded by Wilson. Any comments, questions on second reading? You're ready to vote. I'll read the caption on 1616, an ordinance to amend the Code of Ordinance of the City of Tullahoma by replacing Chapter 2 for excavation and curb cuts of the city of Title 16, Streets and Sidewalks, when its entirety, and adopting a new Chapter 2, excavations and curb cuts of the Title 16 for passage on the first of 2 readings. Before we get a motion on that, I want to acknowledge that this ordinance will affect TUA probably more than any other entity in the city. Since I serve on the TUA board, I'm going to excuse myself from any discussion on that and voting on that as well. So we have a motion from Barry, seconded from Mann. Ready to vote. Excuse me, I'm voting, I'm abstaining.
You can hit the change your vote. There you go.
That street cut passes 6-0. Next on the agenda is a resolution 1973, a resolution to support an amendment to the city charter. Starts on page 50 of your agenda packet, and you'll notice that it is still in red line form. We have a motion from Barry, seconded from Click. And with that, I'm going to let our Alderman Mann introduce that, since you were chairing that committee.
So this is kind of everything. You still got some of the things in red. I think at this point it would be good for our city attorney to speak. He's had more communication with MTAS and on what's in the red here and what there still is to be done, dates, and things like that.
City attorney's recognized.
There are a number of provisions in this that are yet to be resolved. I've tried to reach out to the school board's attorney about an issue regarding the changes of the elections from August to November, and I've not received a reply from him. I've talked with Alicia Hodges at MTAS about some comments that she made in here, and I've also reached out to Hannah Rogers and made arrangements. If you all desire, she can be here either Wednesday night of this week or Wednesday night a week from now if we need her to come down here and help us to put this in final form. Tonight, I think we need to discuss the certain provisions in this, and I've talked to our city recorder. She's going to record this so that tomorrow, anything that we've discussed tonight, we can transmit to Hannah Rogers to put into the final provisions for the charter amendment, because this is rather important and one that, of course, we'll live with for a long time. And the purpose of it was to eliminate the problem that we had before of a 1903 charter amendment that had been amended many times. So it was difficult for us to read it and to put all of the provisions in it together in a logical fashion, which is what the purpose of this is, to streamline it and modernize it. So as we go through this, we'll discuss certain items in it, and I'll have comments as we go along in order that we can put it in final form. You might note in here that there's certain areas where Ms. Hodges and Hannah Rogers have raised questions about things, and we'll need to discuss those.
Might I recommend that we go just kind of page by page there, and if there's comment on the note, then comment on the note. That way, we're not just kind of jumping around. I agree.
Page by page.
And then we move on.
I need to be excused for just a minute. I want to get a pencil so I can make some notes on here from our. We want to take maybe a brief recess. Let me get a pencil. I brought a pen, but not a pencil. I didn't remember to go.
Here you go. You can have my pencil and I'll use pen.
Oh, good. Okay. Thank you. I appreciate that. She's got one. Thank you.
All these pencils.
Thanks a lot.
Is that a pen or a pencil?
It's a pencil. Yeah. That way I can erase things if we have to. On page 52, section 3, the comments I've reviewed, and I recommend that we approve the comments and change that word to supervisory.
Mr. Worsham, I'm gonna interject, Mr. Mayor, with your permission for just 1 second.
Okay.
Just as a parliamentary procedure, how I believe that this should go. I think that we should have the discussion, and we can lead that and discuss your notes, and then defer to you when we have question, or you may try to, intercede if you feel like something is very necessary that we have not touched on that's in the notes.
Okay, that's fine.
So that way you don't have to lead the discussion if everybody is okay with that. We'll do the discussion up here and defer when necessary.
Sure, that's fine. That's the way you want to do it.
Page 52. We have the thing that's been highlighted is section 3. Let me start with, let me start and go around the room for comments from any of the Aldermen. Alderman Mathis, do you have any comments regarding section 3 on page 52?
Do not.
Alderman Berry.
Other than, I do see what she's saying here in the comments. I know this was an addition that you had made here, Jenna, so I'll simply defer to what your thoughts on there. That's it. But I do overall agree, if that makes sense.
Alderman Glee.
I agree with just leaving it as written. I was happy with the language there.
Yeah, so Section 3 was the original language in the former charter, and as Mr. Mann said, why change it if it's not broke, right? Why fix it if it's not broke? So the comment that we're referring to for the public record is, it says, and I'm assuming, is this Hannah Rogers' comment?
Alicia.
Or Alicia Hodges' comment, I'm sorry, that's why the EH is there, who is a legal representative from MTAS. The intent of adding this language, so it's that the legislative and supervisory power of the city is vested in the Board of Mayor and Aldermen elected under this charter. If the intent of adding this language is to say that the BOMA has general supervisory authority and not supervisory authority of the employees, I recommend that distinction be made. Now, I would say that distinction doesn't have to be made, because here's why. Even though we do hire a city administrator to have that, and we make that clear in the last sentence of that paragraph, the city shall be managed by a city administrator, we are ultimately liable and responsible for any actions of not only the city administrator, but ultimately the employees. Because when they sue, they're not just going to differentiate, and they're not going to sue the city administrator, obviously. They're going to sue the city of Tullahoma, and we as this board represent the city of Tullahoma. So whether we want to or not, we do have supervisory power of this city. And if you'll say, it says, and not supervisory authority of the employees. The language is that the legislative and supervisory power of the city is vested in the Board of Mayor and Aldermen elected under this charter. It doesn't say that we have supervisory authority in the sense of we are, overseeing the day-to-day operations. We make that clear under the city administrator and what their purpose is as you go forward in that. However, we still have very much have liability. So I think it's, we're creating the system of hierarchy here. And the point of this is the city administrator is obviously not at the top. That's not the intent of our mayor aldermanic charter. It is so that we are at the top and we are ultimately liable. I say leave it. It was in the former charter, and it should be cited this way in our charter as well.
And just because we don't supervise each and every employee, we do supervise the overall city.
That's correct.
And that's where the terminology comes in, and the city administrator supervises the department heads supervise managers, the manager supervises employees. So I think it's definitely should be as written.
When you all finally come to a consensus, we need to know what it is so that I can make notes in here and report this with Miss Ashley's help on tomorrow to Hannah, so that she
My
can
vote is leave it as is in Section 3. I think Kurt's.
I'll leave it.
Yeah.
Any comment from Alderman Wilson?
I think it was to leave it the way it was.
Derek.
Alderman Mann.
I'm okay with leaving it.
I believe that on page 52, it's to leave it as presented.
Well, you don't want it. I'm confused. You want to leave it like she's put it in here, or change it?
Like we have it.
Don't make any changes.
Yeah, I didn't make any changes to it. It's as it is in this Section 3 as written in 52.
As written. That's
just like that.
Wait a minute.
Okay. All right. That's what I recommend. We leave it like in yellow, right? Mm-hmm. All right. That's what I thought. Okay. I'm kind of confused about these colors. We've got 3 colors, and so okay.
It's not a good day to be colorblind if you all.
Well, I'm not bad, but I'm confused easily.
53. Several comments from the MTAS and the council. Section 2, board composition. Any comments from board members on that?
I don't understand her. I do not recommend including the citation here. Maybe I'm just not seeing the line. Because it could change. Is she talking about
what's in the blue?
The blue, I think that's the Hannah Rogers and Alicia Hodger discussing that.
Alicia's saying don't add it
I think Alicia's saying
It's sufficient as, oh, I get what you're saying.
sufficient.
We don't need to add it because it's already state law, so don't be redundant. Because then if the state changes it, then we'll have to change it.
Well, I don't believe it's redundant, and we didn't add it before, and look what happened to me, and then the court actually ruled based on this language. So I think it's in.
The court ruled on 222 and 122.
Yes, right. So I think it's important to leave it because while there was ambiguity before without it in there as to what we meant by it, that was brought up actually. I mean, I think I could speak to that in my case, what we meant by our own charter. I think it's important to reference, okay, we mean it, we mean to go by 2-2-122.
I'm fine with that. I agree.
Yeah, clarification, I like when you clarify, more clarification the better, so I would say leave it as.
Yeah, I agree.
I'm good
with
that.
You don't want it to happen to somebody else, I can tell you that. $100,000, just so y'all know.
On the piece about the school board and the judge, we don't say anything about that in here, so I don't think that we need to address that at this point. Is my understanding. There's no language in here about moving the elections to.
Mr. Mayor, if I might, again, would you please have Ms. Ashley relate for the record what you all have agreed to do on each section as we go through there? Because I don't know what you finally ended up doing on section 2.
So right now we haven't changed anything as it's written on page 53. So as
Well,
the
wait a
changes.
minute. Ms. Ashley, I want her, she's the one that's going to be helping me tomorrow, so she's the one that needs to tell me, and then we'll make sure that you all agree with that. Can you do that, Ms. Ashley?
So I think you give the we say what we want, you give the summary to him, and we're good to move to the next thing, right?
Okay.
Okay, wait a minute. I'm sorry to say that if we're done with that, we need to back up to page 52.
Are you confused at all on 52?
We're leaving section 2.
I made the statement in, oh, do you need clarification on the other?
No, I think she's good.
Okay, I made the statement in our study session on that this section 4 should be probably moved to the TUA section, and I believe that Alicia Hodge, it looks like she made the comment, she agreed with that. So I think that whole section 4 should be moved to Article 6, Section 13, where it's addressing TUA. And so Section 4, Article 1, Section 4 should be deleted, or not deleted, moved.
4 members agree. I agree.
Move to article.
There's 3. Y'all agree? Derek, there's more than a quorum on that.
Move to article what?
6, Section 13.
Yeah, Article 6, Section 13.
And we're leaving section 2 as written.
Section 3 as
written there.
Section 3 as written, section 4 is moved. If you look at that last comment by Lisa Hodge.
We backed up to 52.
Yeah, we're on page 52.
Page 52.
Sorry, yeah.
That was correct.
We forgot about it. We forgot about that.
So section 4, he's saying move that to Article section 6, section 13.
Okay, do you see that, that last comment, EH5 or 3, I guess it is? That tells you where she's moved, where they recommend we move it to. Okay.
All right, Ms. Ashley, what was that? To move to Article 6, Section 13?
Section
All right.
4 on page 52.
Okay, all right. Okay.
Anything else on page 52?
Page 53.
53, board composition. Okay, we agreed that we're going to leave it
as
set forth in 2-2-122.
We all agree.
Now, repeat that now, Ms. Ashley.
Now, Section 3.
Section 2 is staying as written.
Well, you mean, by Tennessee state law as set forth in, that's in blue, you want to put all that in there?
Yes.
Yes.
All right, and voters of the city. So everything just exactly like it is, just disregard the colors?
Disregard colors.
All right,
Disregard the
okay.
colors.
No, wait, what do you mean by that? I don't want you to disregard as set. Leave it exactly as it's written.
Yeah, right. In other words, that doesn't matter what color it is, we're going to just exactly like it is all the words. She X'd out the voters, she X'd out city there?
Strike it. Right, yeah.
Or she got a line through city?
He's saying disregard it doesn't matter that it's a color, in other words.
Yeah.
Okay, leave that.
So it'll read, Tennessee law as set forth in TCA, annotated section 2-122, and qualified voters of the city, right?
Yeah. Correct.
All like that, okay. Okay.
Section 3, we good?
Section 3 is elections.
Now it says election, this still says elections are held on the first Thursday in August. That needs to change to November.
First Tuesday
in November. Yeah.
That is, again, I will go on record as being adamantly opposed to changing the election date for reasons that have been expressed a number of times for a number of reasons.
So let's poll that one, just so we'll.
So I think we need to get a consensus on Section 3. I think that's going to help us for Section 4 too. Are we moving the election dates to November or not? I think you need to go around.
No, I leave it in August because I think when we're doing local elections, people are more zoned in on who is running locally than they would be in November when you have everyone running, and I think it's going to get loose. So I'm for August.
Alderman Barry?
I am November, and here's the reason. Even year election, November 2018. August, we had 2,500 people vote. November, 3,683. 2020, August, 2,250 people voted. November, 5,259. 2022, August, 2,360 voted in August. In November, 4,107. There's substantial more people vote in November, period. Also, when you look around the state of Tennessee, 68% of all municipalities in the state of Tennessee do their elections on the first Tuesday in November. 19% do them in August. Historically, November elections, which do coincide with our state and national, there was a comment made earlier about money. There's no difference in the cost for this, and he's right on that, so I don't think that matters. When we align it with the larger cycles, there's a whole sheet in here, and I don't know how far. I'm going to say, actually, we'll pull it, and then we'll come back and argue. November.
Alderman Gluck?
November.
Alderman Hallmarker?
November.
No, I don't want to keep it in August very much.
November.
I'm for November because I think that having one election, as Alderman Berry alluded to, is you get a better voter turnout. And, you know, there's a lot of people that it's a big deal to try to get off work. And, you know, trying to get off work 2 versus 1 is just a no-brainer for me. I'm just all for everyone having the chance to vote. So I'm November.
So then we need to adjust Section 3. That's a pretty easy adjustment, elections.
Yes. You know, it'd be the first Tuesday in November of each even-numbered year. Is that the way we want it?
Yeah.
Yes.
Are we going to have an election every year?
No, he said even number of years. Even number,
Yeah.
each even
Every even-numbered year, we will have an election. Okay. All right, Ms. Ashley, you have that? Okay, good. Okay. Okay.
Okay, go to terms of office.
Now, I just want to make sure that they've done this right, and make sure that we're reading.
That whole section's a mess, the way it's written.
Yeah, it's not
I'll
right.
tell you what, this confused me terribly. I was hoping that one of you all, when I run out of fingers and toes, I can't count anymore, and I got really confused doing that.
This result can just be taken out because we changed it when we went to trying to save it, you know, every year elections. So that was why that said an increase of approximately 14 months or whatever, because our terms got extended by a year when we went to every other year. or a couple of us did, and then some of you just got elected last year. But I think if you just to save confusion, can we just take out, this will result in an increase of approximately whatever months?
I think that the state will needs that because there's a qualifier that you can't extend more than 2 years. So when you go back through and look at our charter changes, anytime it has been adjusted, they have included, but I don't think that it should be 14. She took pretty much exactly what I had given her.
Can we just put that as a footnote, though?
It should be 4 months, not 14.
I think that belongs more as a footnote than as a charter provision.
I don't know that it hurts, though.
I'd say we just need to clean up the language and leave it where it is.
Just leave it. I don't think it. I just wanted to make sure that it. And she pretty much, because remember I provided y'all with that sheet, and it's pretty much verbatim minus that.
So I guess it would be, this will result in an increase of approximately 14 months, and
4 months.
It'd be 14 because
Why don't we ask her, in light of what we did in section 3, to reword that for us and let us look at it?
Well, she's already reworded everything. The only question is it 14 or is it 4?
I think
so. Just clarification on that.
Well, she's talking about 2018 and 2021 and things like that in there that I don't think need to be there. I think that's...
we're up ahead of you, Mr. Worsham. We're on the first paragraph of section 4.
Well, I'm looking at the whole thing.
And I think to make this very clear, and I'd like to go ahead and just get a poll.
Tullahoma Utilities Authority now has a branch at 501 West Lincoln Street. The drive-through only branch located in the old Citizens Tri-County Bank will be open on utility and light to bill due dates and the day before and after a TUA observed holiday. Check a complete list of dates at tullahomautilities.com.
To refer to the city, you had some conversations with our state legislator?
Yes, I did, with Russ Bricken, I did, And he told me that there was no, if we got it to him even toward the end of January, that'd be soon enough. But of course, the more quickly we get it to them, the more quickly they can review it and get it back to us with any changes. Because when we send it to them, they might send it back with changes in it. We hope that they would. Although also I was told by MTAS personnel, an attorney, that the latest legislative council that works with the legislature has quit reviewing these things and sending them back to municipalities. So whatever's presented to them, they send to the legislature to pass, and if they're enacted, they send them back to the city as it's passed. So we would never perhaps see it again till they vote on it and they send it back, and if there's any problems, one town didn't even ratify it because it was so different from what they sent up there. So I think we ought to take time, get it like we want it first, carefully here, and send it to them and hope that they'll send it back just like
And that having been said, that is not
time to do it.
With that having been said, that does not mean we shortcut anything tonight. We go through and get it, everything on the table that needs to be on the table to discuss tonight, so that we have the best document we can possibly have for a study session with MTAS, and with that approval from MTAS, then we can have a special call meeting after we've had that study session.
I think we need a study
Mayor, I
session
have
and a special call meeting.
I've requested to speak to you.
How long can we drag our feet?
As the city administrator said, by getting it to them by the end of January would be adequate.
I don't believe
I have a
that.
We just heard from Rush Bricken.
That's not Rush Bricken.
Mr. Worsham, isn't it true, though, that Rush Bricken didn't give really a definite answer on that? He said that it should be okay. He didn't say that in writing that it was guaranteed that if there wasn't a guarantee, right? It was just, it should be okay.
Well,
and that's what concerned me. I mean,
I thought it was definite, but he didn't give it in writing because I didn't ask him to. I just talked to him on the telephone about it. But he said that if we got it into him in January, that would be in time. The cutoff date to introduce these things has not yet been established, but the Speaker of the House, and I guess the Speaker of the Senate too, would establish those after they convene in January about the cutoff date when private acts can be introduced. But he said it's generally in February, toward the end of the first week in February. So he said if we got it to him in January, that ought to be fine and adequate. I think we ought to get to him as quickly as we can in January, but I don't think we have to get it up there by January 1st, and he did not either. But he didn't guarantee anything, and I wouldn't either, frankly. I'm just telling you what he told me.
Alderman Longmacher, you're recognized.
I followed a lot of legislation in my career and over my years in school, a lot. And the rule of thumb that I've always heard is that if you want a bill, you better have it up there, and it better be passed by legal before January, before they convene, or you're not guaranteed yet. And I would hate to know that we have spent all this manpower and time, and including the time of MTAS and Hunter Rogers and legal, to have no fruit at the end of this. And it's our intent that this be done before the the General Assembly convenes, I think. And so I don't think it would be appropriate if we're all asking for a special called meeting for us to be denied that, although that is the mayor's choice should he do that. I say we just keep going through and let's see where we get to and how much we can get done tonight. What do you guys say?
Alderman Berry, you recognize?
I'm finishing up my MBA, and I go to WGU, which I encourage anybody. It's a great model. You have X number of days a month to complete your tests, your exams to finish. My deadline is January 30th. I've got 3 exams. Now, if I wait until January, the catch is, if I fail an exam, I have to go through a week of consultation with my advisor, I have to meet with a course mentor, and I have to do all these pieces. And so if I wait until January 27th, although it doesn't have to be done until January 30th, say I fail that exam, then I failed the course because I didn't plan ahead and I didn't build in time for mistakes to happen. Mistakes do happen. How do we know this? Because we've been down this road before with the charter. Mistakes happen. We waited until the last minute to get it in, and we didn't have time for it to come back. I have a problem. I'm a little heated up over some of this. I'm trying to not. I have a problem with the notion that anybody is rushing anything here, right? That we're trying to cram things in, that we're not thinking about this. Derek, when did you start? Was this August?
It was, I believe, July.
July? So since July, there have been meetings on this. This is the third time that our board has gone through this now, page by page, and made comments and motions, and which is why we're all pretty much on the same page already, which is, kind of a wonder. And so I guess the notion that we're rushing this really kind of bothers me, and even suggesting to the public that, hey, we're trying to rush anything up here, like we're pulling wool over anybody, that bothers me just a little bit. I'm bothered that I'm looking at a red line version and I don't have the formatted copy here in front of me, because that's what I thought that we were doing. When you started this in July, we as a board, you set the schedule that we agreed to as a board, and December was when we were going to have this done. Not January, not waiting until the last minute. December is when we were going to have this done. I'm sick and tired of looking at this thing. I'm sick and tired of sending it off to somebody and then not getting what we wanted back. I want the stinking thing done. I feel like somebody's holding us back here, and I don't understand it. So that's where I'm at, is if we don't get a special called session, if I can't get a guarantee that that's happening, then I'll call for a vote tonight as it is, because I'm confident that we've looked through it and we know what we want. If we've got to make a gut decision on something without asking, then we'll ask. I also have faith in our state representative that he's not going to let his team, who lives in Tullahoma, who has a vested interest, not only as our state representative, but as a citizen and a resident here in Tullahoma. I have full confidence that Rush is not going to go let his team give us one of those mutant charters that we're talking about from MTAS, and that he would be more than happy for us to take a look at it after his team's written, if we want to get an extra set of eyes on it. I've got that faith in our state representative. So that's where I'm at, is I want the special called meeting. We can't force anything. I'm tired of looking at this. January is unacceptable to me. It is unacceptable, period.
Alderman Glick.
I agree with Daniel. I think January is unacceptable. We've been working on this, or the board, not all of us, have been working on it since July. We had a special call study session over a month ago.
November 6th.
Where we went over it, November 6th, where we went over it line by line. We said exactly what it should say, and we're given something that's not even completed with what we said then. I'd have to hazard to guess, if we just let it go on, when we get here in January, it won't be completed then either, the way it's going now. So we need to complete this now. We need to vote on it and go on. If people don't agree with the majority on the board, and delaying it is no way to get your for people who are working through. Right, yeah, for the people that are working through. So we need to let it stand on what we say should be in here, which should already be done. I don't really understand why it's not. I think, it just makes it seem like some of the meetings we had are a big waste of time. If we sit up here, we go through it line by line, say it should say this, and we all agree on it and move on, and it still doesn't say that.
I have a solution. I think I may have a solution.
Alderman Mann.
So not just this board, but the charter committee, which was composed of very smart, very capable people, all from different backgrounds. Most of them in this room, I think, went through this page by page, line by line. This board did the exact same. It's where it's going to be right now. I can't imagine if there were drastic changes, someone would have brought them up by now. If there were, we've only heard issue with one small part of this charter. Nothing else has been contentious or an issue brought up or brought to this board. I would hate to have to vote on it tonight. I would much prefer a special called session, especially before the holidays, because if we send this back and we wait again, everyone has holiday plans. And I'm not talking about us, because I believe this board would do the right thing and set aside the time for that special called meeting. But MTAS, they may have other issues. They have other cities they're dealing with. So I would much rather see a special called meeting soon, this month, than to have to vote on it like this tonight. Again, that's the mayor's decision, not telling him how to do his job, just asking, because I think that would be the best possible solution for showing the citizens that we are doing this the right way. But I can tell you this, a lot of eyes have been put on this, have gone through this page by page, line by line. People smarter than us have done it. We've done it. It's ready to go once we go through it, but I would rather see that at a special call meeting.
I'd like to see this document, go through it one more time. We've gone through it, and we've made changes, we've done whatever. Have it formatted, and then go through it, approve it, and go with it.
Yep.
Let's, you have indicated that Ms. Rogers would be available on the 13th or the 20th.
That's what she told me, yes.
She's indicated that. I have an out-of-town meeting on the 13th. I can possibly be back that evening for a study session. If we could have a study session on the 13th.
Special call. We can't vote.
I said I would be willing to have a study session on the 13th to review the document that we think is the document that we're looking for. If it's not, we can change it. We will have a special call meeting on the 20th.
2 more meetings. I like it.
Yep.
I can do it.
Okay, I have a question. Do you want at the study session, do you want it formatted?
Yes, I want to see the document that we're going to be sending to the legislature.
So we'll finish giving any changes right now, or?
Now, with that study session, if it's not in the form that we want to send to the legislature, we've got a week to fix it before we have to vote on it.
Thank you.
Well, my idea was, if we do this, which I concur that I think that's the appropriate thing to do, my idea was that at the study session, by consensus, we can change the format and get it exactly what we want to vote on at the December 20 meeting. She will be here. She can tweak it the way we need to. If she can get it ready for us, that's only 2 days from now. But if she can, and I'll let her know in the morning. If she can get it ready for us, there may still be some things that she wants to tweak, but at least we will see it the way we think it is, and then we'll have the opportunity to make final changes before we vote on the 20th.
So do we want to?
Why do we even need a study session? Why don't we just get it corrected, email it out to everybody, and have a chance to look at it?
I think they're saying because they want her to review it.
She will be here on the 13th.
Is Hunter Rogers going to, or Alicia Hodge? Alicia's the attorney.
Is it Hunter? It's Hunter.
Well, Hunter is who will come here both times. She's the one that's actually helping us do all this. She's getting legal advice from me and from Alicia Hodge. But Hunter is the one that's been here working with the committee, putting this all together. and she would be the one that could come here, hopefully for both times. I know she said she had both nights available. I didn't ask her but I mean, either night available. I didn't ask her if she had both, but I will in the morning when I talk with her.
I think as long as we had her on the 13th, that's the most important.
Yes.
And then on the 20th, we're really just making sure it's all as we wanted and casting a vote.
What we finalize on the 13th is what we'll vote on the 20th.
So it's
we may have her help us finalize
the 20th.
Well, okay, yeah.
What we're doing tonight will be sent to Hannah Rogers in the morning.
Well, sometime tomorrow.
Sometime
Unless we work, Ms. Ashley, you want to work all night with
those changes that we're sending to her, she will get a document that is not redlined. It's a final that we're going to be sending. That will come back to us for review on the 13th in a study session. We'll review this thing. I'd rather get it right than to get it quick. And I'm not suggesting we're getting it quick. It's obviously taking a while. But let's make sure we get it the way we want it. Because once it goes to the state, if we send it to the state legislature, and there's some things in there that they want to take issue with, and they start batting it around there, that's what we don't want to happen.
That's right. So let's enough time for them to say, hey, you might want to change this.
Well, they're not going to look at it until it's introduced in the state legislature. You bet on that.
Rush's staff will.
Rush's staff.
No, Mr. Mayor, I'm sorry. They will look at it. The Legislative Council will look at it when we sent right away, as soon as we send it to Mr. Bricken and Ms. Boland. They will look at it. They'll review it. Hopefully, if there's anything that they think is a real problem, they'll let us know that. Otherwise, then they'll send it back to Ms. Boland and Mr. Bricken, and they'll introduce it at the appropriate
At
time.
that point, we'd still have time to
change.
Yeah.
And I think the mayor's made a good offer here that we can all get behind and look into it.
This is a study session.
I still don't understand the need for the study session. If the completed document is going to be given to us at the study session, that's supposed to be the completed document, couldn't that be given to us?
Well, we can't do a special call in 2 days, right? Because you've got to have 4 days notice.
Well, all I'm saying is, you still do the real meeting on the 20th, but I don't see the need for the study session if the completed document, supposed completed document, is going to be ready, because we could all make comments and send them in if we see something wrong, or change them at the meeting on the 20th.
No. We've done it. We've been down this road already. We've not gotten back what we thought we were going to get
this time.
Yeah, that's true.
I agree with that.
All right.
Well, and if you can't be here, if the board, I mean, a lot of people are traveling and holidays, and so
a study session on the 20th at 5:30.
Is anybody on this board not available on the 20th? Like, I think that's the biggest thing.
That's the vote.
That's the vote.
That's the vote.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you can't be here on the 13th, I think it's understandable.
Right,
Yeah.
But
A special call meeting then at 5:30 on the 20th.
okay,
5:30.
all right. Yeah. Let's keep it.
5:30.
5:30 both times, Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
5:30 both days, 13th and the 20th. Is
Let's
that
try
correct?
to keep going through this really quickly.
Is that correct?
Page 53, I just had was that a typo down there, y'all? On section 4, go down where it says extended from the first Thursday in August 20, I think they were trying to figure out if it's supposed to be 2026 or 2024.
Yes.
So it needs to be 2024. You see where it's like blue?
Yes, 20264, that's very far in the future.
It's to say either 6 or 4.
Yeah, so it's either 6 or 4, so we want it to go into effect in 2024, correct?
Yeah. Shall be extended from the first Thursday, and
It's 2024.
yeah, that's you guys. I'm the last one. Yeah, from the first
wait a
Thursday in
minute.
2024 until the first Tuesday in November
The
2024.
three candidates who
Yeah.
received the highest
That's
number of
correct.
votes in the 2022 election.
24, not 2064.
It's 20.
64.
No. She's
No,
right.
it's
No,
it's
wait. She's right.
2026.
It's 2026.
Okay.
It's 2026
Yeah, 'cause
because that
you're-
would be us.
Oh, yeah,
You
right, yes.
two and Jerry were elected in 2026. I had the 2 years, so I'm up.
You're the 24 one.
Okay, so this is talking about
It's 2026.
extending it.
Yep.
Yeah, the extension.
Yep. So that would go for these three. The first paragraph is you, the mayor, or no. Yeah. Gary, the mayor, and
Yes.
you. not me. I'm the last one because I was just reelected, but I got the 2-year term. So I'm this last paragraph. The candidate who receiving the 4th highest number of votes in August 2022. That one's me.
Goes to 24.
Ms. Ashley, have you got that? You got that?
I don't know that
I can't hear it all down here that well, so
Okay.
if you have that, then you can prepare that in the morning. All right, good, good.
Extended from the first Thursday in August 2020. Shall be extended from the first Thursday in August, so that's the beginning date, from the first Thursday in August 2022 until, actually the first one should be 2022, should it not? So the terms of the 3 candidates who received the highest number of votes in the August 2022 election shall be extended from the first Thursday in August 2022, should be 2022 there, until the first Tuesday in November 2026, or until their successors are elected and qualified, correct?
That is correct.
Is it saying it's going from this date to that date? So
Because instead of August,
no, same one, August 2022 to November.
No, it should be to 2024 for the first one, because that's where we are right now. So where we're going to extend the term is from, is the 2024. So it's going to be the August 2024 extended to
2026.
I think you're talking about the
No, it's only
new
extended from August 2026 to November 2026.
Okay, what this is-
They're both 2026.
Okay, hang on. So this is, look at that comment on EH11. It says on the question of extending a term, and this is what Daniel was saying earlier, the ordinance changing the election date shall provide for the extension of the terms of members of the legislative body. So it's my understanding that that paragraph is in relation to Bobby's, Kurt's,
No. So somebody, did one of us ask the question on, did one of us ask a question about extending, ask MTAS a question on if you can extend the term twice? Did one of us, did anybody up here ask that?
Mr. Berry?
Yes.
I've asked that question. My understanding is there is no case law, no statute that prohibits the extension of terms more than 2 times.
Right. Well,
that question arose, but my understanding is that there's no limit on that, so we can do whatever we need to do.
It just says it may not be extended for more than 2 years beyond its regular expiration.
Talk about 2 years, but not terms.
I'm trying, who asked that question?
I don't remember.
Who asked? Here?
I think somebody did it. I asked the question because someone asked me to ask him, and I don't recall who that was. If it was none of you, maybe someone else brought it up. I don't recall, but I did ask him that question.
Now we're going to a bigger issue. Why would that question get asked?
If it wasn't from us.
If it wasn't from us.
I don't remember.
But you asked the question? But we didn't ask you to ask the question?
Well, I don't remember who did ask me, but the issue arose in some conversation, and I thought it was from y'all or maybe staff, so I asked them that question to make sure that wouldn't be a problem, and it is not a problem.
Well, I know somebody who has asked that question, and it wasn't. There was a question about, can you extend a term more than twice, and a question about how does a citizen get a referendum, a vote for a referendum up for vote.
No,
I know it wasn't any of us that asked that question.
The other question was, and I asked this as a matter of interest, what statutory provisions are there for referenda? I asked that myself. Nobody asked me to ask that. I was interested myself, but I shared that information with you all. Yeah, just because I thought that was maybe something we might want to know.
May I ask you a question?
Yes.
Are you sharing this information with other people outside of us?
No, nothing that's not public here. The public listens to all these things, and I have, I'm not sharing anything they don't see right here.
Well, I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt. I would hope that you're not asking questions on behalf of certain members of the public.
No, but as city attorney, if I have an issue that I think is important for you to know, I will ask questions and I'll report them to you. I think that's appropriate.
I think that's appropriate, as long as it's not coming If it's coming from you or one of us, I think that that's.
Well, if a citizen who's looked at one of these board meetings has a question about something that arose at that meeting that I think we need to know about as a board, I will make an inquiry about it. Yeah, and people talk to me all the time about city matters. I cannot escape them. You know that. I can't be in a restaurant and have somebody come up to me and comment about things that are going on right here. And I know about half the people in town, just like you all. Yeah. And if you issues arise,
we're not getting billed for questions that are just being randomly asked by people that aren't us.
No, but if
and I keep hearing that we don't have time to do some of these things, but then I hear other. Let's move on.
Yeah, well, I have one more comment.
Sure.
I would just remind that we are, the City of Tullahoma, this board, we are your client, and there are some provisions obviously concerning, client confidentiality, and I would not discuss the deliberations beforehand, in other words, with members of the public on certain issues, especially when you haven't discussed those with your clients. And I find that, to be somewhat, could get sticky for you ethically if that were to happen. And I think that there are certain members of this public who would put you in a precarious position.
Well, Ms. Almacher, I'm not a member of social media. I don't have a Facebook page or any friends, anything like that. I share nothing like that in that way. So if I have conversations with people about matters that have arisen that the public learn about on TV, those are not confidential things, and you know that yourself. And I believe that I, as city attorney, if an issue arises that's addressed by a citizen of this town whom we all represent, I think if we need to look into it, I will do that and will report to you what I've found out. I do nothing clandestinely. Everything I do is totally open, and I shall continue to do that, and there's nothing unethical about it, and you know that.
I believe the question's been asked and answered. Let's move on.
Citizen questions.
Let's move on.
I think
we're still on page 53.
The terms of use, the terms of the three candidates who received the highest number of votes in August 2022 election shall be extended from the first Thursday in August 2026, because that's what our term is technically at, right? So it's 2026 until the first Tuesday in November of 2026. So those votes are 2026 or until their successors are elected and qualified.
Yep. That's right.
Yeah, that's right.
That's right. And then me.
The last one will be last 24.
The highest number of votes in the August 2020 election shall be extended from the first Thursday in August 2024. Until the first Tuesday in November of 2024. So that's right.
Extension. Okay,
Yeah, it's just an extension. Everybody good on 53, and then the first part?
Yeah, and who's ever making these edits will have time to sit down and make sure that they're right. I mean, so.
Do you want to read what Section 4 is going to say now?
I don't want to read the whole section.
This is what's been changed. This is what we're changing.
So in Section 4, I feel like we're asking Hannah if it's 14 or 4 to clarify that.
Yeah.
And then kind of rewrite that, clean that up a little bit. And then in the very last, or the third, the candidates who received the highest number of votes in August 22 election shall be extended from the first Thursday in August 2026 until the first Tuesday in November 2026.
Yep.
Yes.
And just for, if there is a question, the clarification is, we took the first, because we had already moved, we took the first 3 top vote getters, and they got the normal 4-year to put us on the 4-year track. And then that last one, the reason and that may be where the confusion for the 24 was.
And it only makes sense because we want to talk about the last, what happened last, not what happened before that.
I don't understand why the whole section's in there about the aldermen elected in 2018.
Because you can't affect the old elections. So that's language that exists. And so that state, because we had changed that previously. So that
so
would
it just stays.
That would nullify his seat.
Okay. So it just, even though it's not affected by the change.
So the last paragraph in that section term of the candidates who received, that's as written in red line. Okay. We're on page 54. Any comments in section 5? Section 6? Section 7?
Hold on. So, section 7, if you read the comment and the draft language there, I don't know that that's a bad idea that we clear that up, as you suggested.
I don't like it. Here's why, because you would just about have to call a meeting to call a meeting, because if we can't deliberate out, it would be hard to get, that would almost be like asking for somebody to say we've violated sunshine if 4 members of us come together outside of a public meeting and ask for a special called session. I mean, I don't know.
I don't, well, one, Alicia, I trust Alicia's, and I don't mean that. I don't think she would tell us to do that if she thought it was a, but I also don't, I think sometimes we take, it's illegal, it's against sunshine laws for us to sit down and deliberate and say, hey, I'd like you to vote on Resolution 1974 for you and me to go have dinner and discuss Resolution 1974 and to get you on board with me. Like, that's a problem, but it is not a violation of the Sunshine Law to say, I'd like to have a special called session on 1974. That's it. This is the item. That's the end of that. Will you sponsor that? Because like Manchester, that's how Manchester, they've got to have sponsors for all their stuff. So as long as I'm not building my case, and getting you on board and having these discussions that we're having right here, just saying, hey, can I get your sign off on a meeting? I do like it from the standpoint of we've all, well, not all, you and I and us three here have been here the longest, and we've all sat on boards where we don't want just 2 people being able to call a special call meeting I do like the idea of
a quorum,
the majority of the board, because it's the will of the board, right? And if you can't get 4 people to say, that's what we're talking about, then
it may not have been a meeting you needed to have.
It may not have, yeah. I don't mind meeting, but I don't want to get dragged into a meeting every week because somebody's. So I don't mind the language. I do like specifying the 3 days and the 72, because then we don't get into the situations where, somebody says, hey, let's schedule a special call session tomorrow. Yes, there are other sunshine laws and things like that, but kind of like we talked up top and leaving the section 2, 122, let's just be specific, lay it out, there's no questions. So I'm okay with that.
Let's vote.
You good with that?
I'm good with Alicia's rendition.
Jerry, you were good?
Is that section 7? You want to leave it like it is?
No, we're going to replace it with
the one in red there.
In here.
HED 13R12.
Yeah, but we're not going to replace the whole thing, right? We're going to replace from 2 or more aldermen over, because there's other things in here.
So Ms. Ashley, do you have that?
The only thing that I would say that you could change is, I don't think anybody's expecting us to be served upon personally at our residence. I think you can change that. That email is sufficient.
Written or electronic communication.
Written or electronic communication. Can we just change that?
Yeah, I'm good with that.
Yeah, I'm good with that.
2 or more aldermen may call a special call meeting. You want that taken out?
Yep, from there to the end, and then replace it with
the mayor or any 4 members of the council.
We probably need to change council to board of mayor and aldermen.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
I just say 4 members of the board.
Well, the mayor should be able to call.
Yeah. Well, he already can call, so that's why I say board.
That's what it says, the mayor or any.
The board of mayor, any member of the board of mayor and alderman.
Yeah.
4 members of the board, is that right?
Yeah, 4 members of the board, because it already says the mayor. The mayor or any 4 members of the board may call special meetings of the council upon notice being given at least 3, do we need the 1 3-day prior? At least, just take out that 1.
That should be written out 3.
At least 3 days.
words.
And, 3 days prior to the date of the meeting or upon at least, take out 12. It should be written out 72 hours, written notice to each member of the council.
Well, grammatically, you can just do 72, because anything above, is it 10?
Yeah, you could
Above
just
10,
do
you can
72
just do
and number.
below 10,
Yeah.
you write
So
out.
just take out 12 hours. Written or electronic communication.
Notification.
Written, there we go.
Written or
Electronic notification
To each member.
to each member.
I mean, if you want to put a post-it note on my door.
No, take that out.
It's just kind of creepy.
Well, I think the police, didn't
Yeah.
the police used to deliver the packets, is my understanding. I remember.
Well, we ain't doing that now.
Boy, that's
Hand
what you
delivered
want.
the packets.
And take out the,
elected place of residence.
Yeah, we're taking out all that.
or if the residents take that part
So
out.
from elected place of residence down, we're taking out?
Where it says written or electronic communication to each member, and then I think you can just period, take out the rest of the sentence.
Yeah.
What about the next one?
I think the next sentence is fine.
Yeah, I'll leave that in.
Okay.
Awesome.
You want to read it? Read what's in the caption. Is what we're replacing. What we're replacing, 2 or more aldermen.
The mayor or any 4 members of the BOMA may call special meetings of the council upon notice being given at least 3 days prior to the date of the meeting, or at least 72 hours written notice, written or electronic notification, period.
Sounds good.
Of council. The notice, and then that last will stay as well.
Okay.
Don't change it.
Technicality. Council Mayor just called a special call meeting and a study session as well, so that's legitimate, even under this new charter. Okay. You got that, Counselor?
Yeah, I think so, yes. We'll collaborate in the morning.
Okay. Going on to page 55.
I think section 8, just leave. There's comments, so just leave it.
Yeah.
Yep.
Good on section 9? Everybody else there? Section 9,
Nothing.
Oath of office.
10, 11.
Question, pardon me just a minute. Listen, if you don't mind, I hate to interrupt, but section 8, are you going to leave it as defined by the Tennessee Code annotated?
Yeah, we
You want to leave that in there?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay, all right, good.
Section 9, oath of office.
Good.
Good. Section 10, compensation.
Good.
Good.
I'm going to raise.
We've already done that for the next 2024 electees. Hope they enjoy their raise.
Don't spend it all in one place.
Anything else?
Section 11, quorum.
Good. I think we can change that.
Ordinances.
Each ordinance should be signed, so we got
All
that. Good.
12, as written, just make sure he knows leave signed, or change it to signed.
So leave it as it's written.
Yes.
It's written and
Instead of
it's
authenticated.
written in red.
Signed.
Which page you on? 55.
Some of you may have a book that's got some written in red in it. 13, ordinance after abolishment.
No changes on that.
No issues.
No issues.
No issues with 13. So while you're gone, we've not made any changes.
I put on my coat.
It's cold.
It is cold.
Just turn it up.
Now that you're back, we'll start making
I know. 14.
Section 14, we've got some changes.
I think the comments, I get what she's saying. So then I think that we can address that just by saying the Board of Mayor and Aldermen may remove appointee by a supermajority of the board, and something to the effect of in accordance with all
state law.
With state law and like
ordinance.
Whatever their
creation documents.
Yeah.
In accordance with state law and
the agencies' creation documents. Yeah.
The entity's bylaws.
Yeah, entities bylaws. Yeah. There you go.
We also need to add TUA in here. If that wasn't in here, TUA needs to be added in there too.
In accordance with state law.
It is already in there.
Is it in there?
It's the first one.
Did you get that? In accordance with state law and.
Oh, yeah, it sure is. I'm sorry.
Entities bylaws, right?
By state law.
By state law or the entity's bylaws.
Entity's bylaws.
Yeah, she got that first.
Bylaws or creation documents, just to be, maybe they have a charter
Or creation.
documents.
As written on this date.
Yeah.
Because they don't need to be changing it.
No.
So did we say entity bylaws or creation documents?
That's why we say creation documents, not bylaws.
Yeah.
For creation.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
So use
Very good.
creation documents instead.
Good catch.
Yeah.
Okay.
Creation documents, take out the bylaws. I take it back, take out the bylaws, because you can change the bylaws. I think it needs to be
Okay.
as
so
of this
say,
date.
Vote of the board in accordance with state law and the entity's creation documents.
The fifth word, what are you talking about?
Does the fifth word need to be capitalized?
It would be
That not be capitalized.
on a previous
No,
session.
seriously, those are things
Yeah,
I
you can
think
just
that they
take-
would bring back to us.
Lowercase the that.
I would suggest that you consider making that a supermajority of the board.
I think it does say supermajority.
It says supermajority.
That's what we have.
Yeah.
And where does it say that?
The very last sentence.
And in the, okay.
Yeah, it's right here. That should just
It's
be.
written in yellow, and I,
Good suggestion, Mayor.
good suggestion. Glad I caught that. Anything else on 14?
Laura, you got that?
I got that. What about the blue? The city of Tullahoma ordinance adopt.
I see what she's saying, but if we want to leave it, leave it. If not, I mean, it is state law.
Don't
it's
hurt
something we
either
have
way,
to do.
yeah.
But I guess she's saying if the state changes something, then we got to come back and change our charter, but
No, it just makes it, I mean, it just isn't applicable, it's unenforceable or whatever. We have to go by state law regardless of what our charter says. We've been in that predicament
I'm fine
before.
with leaving it there.
So just leave
So
it.
just leave it.
Yeah.
So
Does that
you
belong in
leave it
its
there?
own section, though? Like, this feels like.
That should probably be a section 15 then, shouldn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, section 15, okay.
So make that.
No, section 14 does not have a heading.
No.
All the other topics that we've talked about have a heading after the section number. Section 14 needs a heading.
Yeah, it does.
Appointments of boards and agencies.
Yeah, there you go. We didn't have to use GPT.
Yeah, that's good. That's good, Kurt.
Use Kurt GPT.
What's it, appointments of boards and what?
Agency authority.
Change this. Did we not change this?
Where you have
And so it would be section, oh, that's why it
You're way
said
ahead
A,
of
because it would be section,
What I've written was appointment of the board.
Section 15.
Correct, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think if there's no red lines on it, let's just go.
Yeah, let's go.
yeah.
57 good?
I think everything on 57 is good. Anybody got any?
Nope.
58, there's only the question about P and Q. They said other charters have it, so are we good with just leaving it?
Let's leave it.
58,
Yeah.
leaving it.
Leave it.
59, we discussed S. I remember the discussion, and I thought we had changed that because we didn't like the by any means necessary. Do y'all remember that?
We did.
What did we change that to?
Lawful, we changed that, any lawful
I
means.
thought we said by
Yeah.
lawful means.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I thought, but they didn't get it somehow,
Right.
because
I
they
think
added
maybe
it
it
in
just got
later.
left in here
It ought to
instead
be
of
that.
changed.
Okay,
It says it here in lawful means.
Oh, yeah, Honda. That is a comment from Honda.
They just,
Yeah.
they
So
just.
she's saying we recommend, yeah, they said implement. Yeah.
So make
So
that
what do you
change.
for recommendation?
Correct.
Yeah.
Which was our
recommendation.
She just wanted the credit.
60 good?
Yep.
61.
Oh, there's a lot on there. Okay.
So I do have an opinion on this one. And I do-
Article 4,
Yeah.
second one, board authority.
I do agree with, so here's my giant general disclaimer, and I don't mean anything to anybody. I don't know why we're making the distinction between department heads and other employees. An employee is, and I don't mean this differently, right? But an employee is an employee. I do agree with what she said down here. Take the Lawson case. The city won that. His argument was that he had a vested interest, right? We won that because he does not have a vested interest. And it doesn't matter whether, I don't know how to say it in a, I want to say an employees and, I don't understand making the distinction between a department head. I don't like the, and I think that maybe that was from a leftover where we didn't have a city administrator. And the board did actually do all of the hiring and the firing, and I feel like that was just kind of an appendage that was left. And so my preference, when an employee does sue the city, they'll sue the city of Tullahoma, right? But they'll name the city administrator. There is a level of protection, and I don't mean this bad, but there is a level of protection that I personally enjoy because we aren't involved in the day-to-day affairs. And if I'm going to be responsible and have my name named in a lawsuit, then I want to be involved in the day-to-day affairs, right? But I don't want that. So that's why we have Jason. And Jason,
You still don't sue the city administrator.
yes, every lawsuit names the city.
Well, you name them as a party, but they have to
Because-
first name the city, and then they name the city administrator in their qualified capacity.
And you know who they
don't name
don't,
them
you know who they
alone.
don't name is us.
Well, they could, technically, but.
No, 'cause we don't
here's
have
what
any-
they don't. Here's what you don't see. You don't see the city administrator named alone without the city.
The city of Tullahoma and the city administrator.
Right. It's-
Because they're the responsible, he's bonded,
Right, because.
he's got the insurance,
I don't think
he's got
that's
that, and as
gonna
we
change.
have found out recently, we ain't covered by a lot of that stuff. So the more separation we've got, the better, because we're not managing the day-to-day affairs, and that's not our job, it's not our role, we're not involved, I don't think we want to be. I don't have the time. And so my suggestion would be, I agree with here, there's a piece in taking out the appeal to the decision of the Board of Mayor and Aldermen.
No.
Well, that would not give the department head as much rights as any other employee, because any other employee can appeal.
According to our personnel regs and policies, if a department head wants to appeal, they would appeal directly to the Board of Mayor and Aldermen. Any employee outside of a department head, their appeal would stop with the city administrator.
Correct, that's what I was saying. But if you took out the provision where the department head would have appeal to the Board of Mayor and Aldermen here, then the department head has no appeal. And every other employee would have an appeal, at least to the city administrator, which would go through several levels, because they would appeal first to their supervisor, and then to his supervisor, then to the department head, then to you. So they have a huge...
They have no recourse because they're only, let's say they have a tiff with the city administrator. They have absolutely zero recourse without this in there, because the only person that's over the city administrator is us.
And I don't
That
think it
is why.
establishes property rights by doing that. I think it should just note something would have that in accordance with the Tullahoma personnel policies. Would have the appeal process listed, because I think that is listed in the Tullahoma personnel policies that a department head can appeal to the board.
I like the language that we created.
Perhaps I'm wrong, but let me just tell you what I think it says, and you may disagree with me, but I think now if a department head is aggrieved by a decision of the city administrator three things can happen. He can appeal to the mayor, and the mayor can allow the appeal, disallow the appeal, or after 10 days, if he's done nothing, the appeal is disallowed. I think that's the way it is now in our personnel regulations. So we're changing that because the board some years ago changed it because they didn't want to hear these appeals. But this is putting it back in if you adopt the language that's in it now.
Right, I think it should be put back in.
If you want, that's fine. Then you'll do that.
What about your idea of may appeal in accordance with the Tullahoma personnel policies?
Yeah, and then we'll have to put that in the charter, then we'll amend the personnel policy later.
And then we'll amend. That way, it does give the flexibility to boards to manage that.
Right, yeah.
As they
without
see
changing
fit.
the charter, yeah.
Yeah,
All right,
I'm good with that.
So
That's
appeal the decision. So we will say appeal the decision in accordance with the city of Tullahoma's
I'm glad I'm
personnel
not the only one.
policies.
I'm like,
The city administrator shall have the authority to discharge the department head, but the department head may appeal the decision.
In accordance with the city of Tullahoma personnel policies.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right there, put that.
Yeah, and then we
May
can.
appeal the decision.
And then we could change that.
Yeah.
In accordance with the personnel. Yeah, okay. so
Because it
then
says it in the personnel
We can revisit the personnel policies.
Yeah,
Right, yeah.
because that's easier to change than.
Right.
Okay.
Everyone good with that?
In accordance with
Yep.
personnel policies, yes.
Yeah.
Got it.
Good job. This is coming out great.
61D, I'm okay with.
I'm good with that.
Okay, just to clarify on that, section 1, the city administrator shall have the authority to discharge the department head, but the department head may appeal the decision in accordance with the personnel policy.
Yes. And number 8, I thought we actually said that they could appeal it, but I didn't, okay.
I thought we took out.
I thought we took out that we're really only, we had a differentiation between hiring and firing. We said firing, it was fine for him to do that. He did not have to come to us first, but that, because they have that option to appeal.
Yeah.
So the only thing he has to bring to us is the hiring, essentially. No, because we don't want it on an agenda every time somebody gets fired.
Yeah.
Right. Now, we didn't, if I'm going back again to Section 1, Article 4, Section 1, sorry to go back again. We addressed the firing part. It reminded me of that, the department head. We didn't address the first part of that, which there are comments on. And I really don't see it. I mean, and probably we didn't address it because I don't really see a whole lot of difference there in the language. And there's one, if you, I suggest, if you have to agree with if it's just an agreement with the city administrator, it's just the following language.
No.
And then the other one, if the intent is just for the administrator to weigh in, I recommend this language. So which is it? I mean, what's the, and I don't really understand the difference between weighing in and just recommending.
Weighing in, we wouldn't have to listen. He could bring somebody and we could say, hey, what do you think about it?
We could veto his decision.
But we don't, I mean, but if he just recommends, we don't have to do it either. Right?
Okay, but the way it is now, the board has to approve department heads. He brings a recommendation. We either say yes or no. We don't have anything to do with
what recommendation he brings.
Right.
We just have to say yes or say no.
Yeah. So I think that the first one, the mayor and aldermen shall appoint department heads of the corporation. However, such appointments must be made in agreement with versus the in concurrence.
I don't think we have to agree. I mean,
well, we do have to agree with them.
well, I mean, we do have to agree.
That's the vote.
I'm saying that.
Yeah.
We just, I think what it's trying to say is we can't just bring our own department head and say.
No,
that's what
but
it's
we
trying
can
to
just
get
keep
at.
saying no until we like the decision he makes.
We approve or disapprove.
Right. Well, I think that's what she's saying here in that first one. I think that's what the first one
means.
is saying. That's not what we currently have.
No, but that's what needs to be there.
Right. That's what I'm saying. We need. I think that the first one, in agreement with any recommendation made by the city administrator. Stop. And the second,
I mean, I think it's all just mincing words, because the second one, it says, "The mayor and aldermen shall appoint
Yes,
department
same
heads of the corporation. However, such appointments must be made only after the mayor and aldermen receive and consider the recommendation of the city administrator."
But
So either way, you're doing the same. The end.
Yeah, but there's a difference between the two. One is the first scenario. The first scenario is what we are currently doing right now. The second scenario would be
I have another.
we could present him with a thing and consult him on it and say, and that's
Okay.
not the one.
I'd say we keep the first one.
Hang on.
Yeah, that's fine.
I know. I say we keep it how it is, and here's why. So the Board of Mayor and Aldermen shall have full power and authority to appoint department heads of the corporation, but shall consider the recommendation of the city administrator such as they may deem necessary as provided for by ordinance. Okay, here's why you leave it as is. What if you're in a situation where your city administrator is unavailable, or they are out on FMLA, or they are out and you have an interim city administrator who we may or may not
couldn't do
want.
anything.
And then here we are, we have department head positions open, but because our charter is worded that way, we can't act.
So let's
leave it here.
Unless you have an ordinance to make a provision.
I was going to say, instead of combining, we include the first sentence, we add a sentence that says, in the absence of a city administrator, the board may act whatever, and just add that
Then we're going to be
qualifier.
splitting hairs on what is absence.
Yeah.
We define absence of.
Yeah,
Well, then we're having another definition.
I think that's the reason I like the way we have it worded.
I don't think consider strong enough, because I don't want what I want to prevent is us just overturning or just hiring somebody and forcing it on a city administrator. Consider means.
Remember, it says shall.
It says shall.
Yeah, it says you shall consider it. What's
Shall.
consider mean? Doesn't say you shall do it.
Right.
Shall says you shall consider it. When I'm considering something and you come to me and say, hey, Daniel, I got a business proposition for you. Let's look at selling widgets over here. And I'm going to sit back and I'm going to consider it. Say, no, I don't like it. I considered it though.
Isn't that
But
exactly
we
what we
can
do?
say-
That's
but that is
exactly what we do now.
But it
In
doesn't-
real estate, like if you have consideration, that's how you bond a contract with, like, by money or whatever it is that's in consideration. So that, I mean, that.
But that is how we do it.
That
We
is how we do it.
consider
We can
what the
say,
city
now,
administrator brings
nope.
us, and then we vote.
But this
Don't like it.
I feel like this leaves room for us to not us, maybe somebody after us, say Jason is still here, and say none of us are, and say he's got a very unfriendly board, right? It could happen. You never know. And they come back and say, what I'm saying right now, because not saying I would do this, but they don't like who Jason's picked. And they come back and say, well, all it said is that we're going to consider. It doesn't say that we can't appoint it on our own. And that is exactly what will
Let me,
happen. because
wait, yeah,
do
and I
it if
agree
it
with
was
that.
written that way.
I'm sorry, I mean, at the end of the day, that's the risk you take, but who are the elected representatives?
But why have him?
As the city administrators are run the day-to-day operations, but the people who are ultimately responsible at the end of the day are us. And we are the only body elected. And I think the thing that we don't want to get back into is giving that position too much unhinged and over, where we cannot control that position. So if we ironclad this and say, oh, we're trying to do this to protect Jason because we know and we love Jason, then what's going to happen, like you just said, when we get somebody in there who now the elected officials cannot control and cannot, and we've had that in the past.
Yeah,
So,
but what we didn't do in the past and we should have done is, if we don't like the job that he's doing, it's not that he has all the power. It's not that he has all the control. We have that power, and we have that
We shouldn't
control.
give it that position that much power.
If he is doing the job that we don't like, and he's hiring people that we don't like, then we say, you know what, Jason? Kick cans. The only reason that seat has power and it's doing things that we don't like is because we allow it, and that's where we're not ceding power. We're ceding the supervisory, because that's not our job. That's his job. And if I'm on a board of directors That board of directors hires a CEO. That board of directors reports to the shareholders. They're ultimately responsible, that board of directors is, but they hire that CEO to manage that corporation. They don't tell that CEO who to hire as CIO, CFO. They don't dictate any of that. But what they do is once they say, here's your job, we don't care how it gets done. We don't care. This is our plan. This is our goal.
But I do care how it gets done.
You carry it out, and if you don't do your job, we'll find somebody.
Let me tell you, we got to care how it gets done because we're responsible. So
Let's hear from another party over here.
The only thing I worry about in reading both of those again is what happens if, say for instance, the city administrator has had to have surgery and is in the hospital for an extended period of time, and we can't just wait around to do city business. What if he's out for 3 months?
You appoint an interim until he gets back.
Yeah, but you don't want the interim. Like, if there needs to be something done, there may be an emergency type situation where we need to deal with employee
Which
stuff.
exposes a flaw in our organization. Right. We need to have a position. We need to have a backup plan. That's a flaw in how we're set up right now, is if he can appoint somebody when he's out, right? But if something happened to him and he didn't have time to do that, that's a flaw in how we're set up. So what we need to consider is there needs to be somebody that we're anointing as you're second in charge, or we need to give him the power to do that. So that's a flaw in the system.
Well, but that's not in here, so we've got to work with what we're doing.
I would be comfortable with, we belabored the point.
City administrator currently has the power to designate an interim city administrator. Now, I do not want this board to have the authority or responsibility for going out and hiring department heads, for finding department heads. That's a job of the city administrator to bring someone
But if we
to
didn't
this
have city
board.
administrator, for whatever reason, it would be on us.
Like if there was an emergency needed to terminate someone, and
we just did that and we were fine.
Excuse me. If we have a situation that you're describing, city administrator would have someone designated as an interim city administrator. If we have to hire someone in that period of time, that interim city administrator is going to bring a candidate to us to approve or disapprove, just like it was the administrator.
We just did with JP. We just went through all this. We've done all this, and it worked out fine.
But we actually ultimately made the decisions there.
We always make the ultimate decision. This isn't, sorry.
But I'm saying if we don't, go ahead.
So similar to what we did with the police, inner police chief, is we also created that position of deputy police chief. So in the absence of a police chief, then that person would step up. Likewise, I have done that now with Kenny Pearson, where Kenny is serving as the assistant city administrator if needed, meaning he's doing some things for me outside of the realm of fire chief, but it's also the understanding that he would be kind of taking that spot on an interim basis. For example, the times when I was out on vacation around Thanksgiving time, he knew, I would let him know that I'm out of the office for the next 3 days, and then all department heads know to work directly with Kenny. So it's in that similar vein. My thought would be that should something happen where I'm not able to be in that position, that I would think that your next move would be for Chief Pearson to move in that role, but then you would have to approve or disapprove, I guess is my point. You wouldn't have to go searching or whatnot. You would be able to come up and say, hey, we have him in this position. And
I think we digress here.
Can I just say, or as provided by ordinance? Like, I think if we go back and we just correct this to say, okay, this is our intent, or as provided by ordinance, we can create an ordinance that says.
What are we talking about?
What about just the first sentence that she has here?
What are you talking about? That she has.
The mayor and aldermen shall appoint department heads of the corporation. However, such appointments must be made in agreement with any recommendation made by the city administrator, period.
It's what should be there.
That's what I'm getting at.
And it's pretty much the same thing, though, as I think is what we
It's just
have.
stronger. The consider's the only word that I have.
I don't care to change it to that.
Are you good with that?
I'm good with that.
I'm good with it.
Okay, go ahead and change it. Yeah.
All right.
So the first one,
The first one.
Just the first
The
sentence.
first, her first thing.
Yeah, in agreement with, not
If our intent is to amend the language to allow appointment by the BOMA after agreement with the city administrator. And then she suggests the following language, and she has it right there in that block.
Okay, good.
And that's what we got right now.
Yeah, and that's what we have, it's just worded different.
Yeah.
So,
But what about where we added in with the personnel policy?
Yeah, we're keeping that.
That,
Okay, so what are we taking out
That's
of
at the end.
section 1?
okay, out of section 1, okay, leave what we already talked about earlier when the personnel policy, leave that part.
Okay.
Okay, and then now we're changing the first part of that paragraph.
We're changing from the mayor and alderman all the way up to the city administrator on the third line.
Yeah.
and you're going to read, and instead it's going to word
I feel like
the first
so in other words,
comment,
it's the
right?
mayor and alderman should have full power and authority to appoint department heads of the corporation, but shall consider the recommendation of the city administrator.
Oh, she says remove that.
No, they're changing that.
And it should be where it says the mayor and alderman, the first thing. The mayor and alderman shall appoint department heads of the corporation over in the suggest. Right.
Okay, and then leave, starting back as such as may deem necessary
is what we
provided by
kinda say.
ordinance. Leave that part.
Yeah, I'd say just leave that.
Leave from there on.
So it should read, the whole thing in its entirety should read, from section 1, board authority, the mayor and alderman shall appoint department heads of the corporation. However, such appointments.
Okay, let's add in something in her blue block down there. And I think that would be a good place to add it in. We say, while the city administrator supervises department heads, the board of mayor and aldermen shall have full power and authority. Because if you read the last block.
This is not clear in this section, it should be added.
So I think we just start out with.
Well, what about the city administrator shall supervise department heads and have the authority to discharge the department head?
The city administrator shall supervise and have the authority.
Yeah.
All right,
Move
so
that there, yeah.
in its entirety from the
Okay,
start.
yeah, start with that.
Section 1, board authority.
Fast fingers.
The mayor and alderman shall appoint department heads of the corporation. However, such appointments must be made in agreement with,
Not concurrent.
in agreement with
Okay.
any recommendation made by the city administrator.
Okay.
The city administrator shall supervise department heads and shall have the authority to discharge a department head, but the department head may appeal the decision to the Board of Mayor and Aldermen in accordance with
the City of Tullahoma personnel policy.
Tullahoma personnel policy.
That's good. That's good. I like that.
Yeah. Well, that's important.
That is important.
Yeah, it is.
Section 2, city administrator.
I think we're good.
That's what we just
Yeah, I think we're good.
we're
On
good all
the
the way
rest is
through.
61, page 62.
That's okay, yeah.
In this, on number 8, didn't we say, like, he had the authority to supervise, discipline, and discharge all city personnel? Take out the rest? I mean,
Take out the rest.
take out the rest,
Yeah, because we got the personnel policy.
because we have the personnel policy. In accordance with the personnel policy. And the provisions of this charter. I mean, essentially, because we don't want that to come to us every time.
No.
So, Section 8, to hire, supervise, discipline, and discharge all city personnel in accordance with
City of Tullahoma personnel policy.
The City of Tullahoma personnel policies and this document, I guess, because number one is a little bit different.
And just leave out, with the exception of department heads, because it is addressed in section 1, right?
Right, that's what I'm saying. So in accordance with personnel policies and this
In
document.
accordance with the City of Tullahoma personnel policy.
And this document, because number one, section 1 specifically talks about department heads. All right, section.
Are you?
I got it.
You got that, because Ashley, I didn't get all that. You got that? Okay, I'll let you do it.
Section 30, city attorney.
Let Lori, let Ms. Ashley read the section 8 back to the city attorney, so he's got it.
We're going to go over it in the morning.
We'll go over it then.
Okay. Well, then read it back for me.
Okay. To hire, supervise, discipline, and discharge all city personnel in accordance with the City of Tullahoma personnel policy and this document.
Yes. That's what it has to.
I think with this document's redundant, but it doesn't do anything. It's okay to have it in there, but it doesn't do anything. Okay, section 8, city attorney.
3.
Section 3, city attorney.
I'm good with all that.
I'm good with all of our changes. City attorney's good.
I think we take out the board shall appoint a police chief and just leave it.
Yeah, agreeing with her comment there.
Yeah. Strike that in red.
Everything in red?
Everything in brown or well,
Yeah, it's
brown.
beige.
Yeah. Or you could say the chief of police shall be hired as per.
Are we requiring a bond for the police chief?
I think so, yeah.
I mean, do we have to?
No.
I don't.
Should we? What's the benefit or drawback?
I think this is an holdover from the 1903 charter.
It's just very customary. Can we just take out the whole first paragraph?
Yeah.
They don't collect, in the old days, they
Because
collected
that's an employee
fines.
just like the others, right?
You know, so I don't think we need to do that.
Chief of police is just like all the
Just the first
Yeah.
paragraph of
It should
section
be
4,
distinct, and then we just have to name every.
because then it'll go down
So all of
to the paragraph below, still
Bye-bye.
under section 4.
Well, not all of section 4, just that first paragraph.
Just the first paragraph.
Yeah.
All the way to prescribed, period. Yeah. And then, and you're taking that out, and then we're starting with the chief of police.
No.
Okay.
We think alike.
Got it? Section 8, page 63.
All right, section 5.
I think we can also just take out the city recorder piece, right?
Yeah.
They're hired by the city administrator, or they're hired by us?
They're considered a department head, so,
Yeah, so
and that's
it'd be the
already
same as
covered
it being
under the
an
department
employer.
head section, so that's what she's saying in the blue, so.
Yeah.
So we could take out that section.
Yeah.
So you're taking out all section 5?
Not all of section.
No,
Just the first paragraph of
first part.
section 5.
Because you still put the duties and stuff, but not.
Well, why don't we just say the board shall appoint the city recorder?
Well, no, because we're allowing him
Because
to
it's
hire.
Because, yeah, it's a
Okay.
department
Oh, I
head,
see. Okay.
so it's already covered.
So here, so the first one should be, the city recorder is considered a department head and shall be.
Took all that out? Yeah. Okay.
I don't think you even, or it's a department head on.
Well, you don't want to start with A, his or her duties shall be such as may be defined by ordinance. Is that what you want to start with? You want to say
Yeah, I'm
okay?
good with that.
Okay. Then we can take
But
out.
the city recorder is kind of a department head.
It is, yeah, that's what I'm saying.
okay.
Yeah.
And we already say how they're hired earlier in the
Yes,
document, so we don't
Okay,
need to
so just
restate.
take out that first.
Oh, yeah. You do have people.
Oh, she is.
Yes, peeps.
Are we requiring her, I mean, right now, she has a bond. Do we need to leave
I
that?
think bond for city recorder, yeah.
Leave the
She
bond
does-
for city
Her department's the one that collects fines and
Yes.
things.
Yes,
So she's
okay.
responsible for that.
Good with the rest of it.
Good with 64.
Good with 64. Good with 65. 66. I'm good with whatever those changes are there.
Yeah, good with 66.
I don't have any.
68. 69. 70. This is just formatting?
Yeah,
This is
the
formatting.
pages.
Good with that.
I agree with the suggested formatting.
71, good.
70's good? Yeah, 70's good, 71.
Just adjust the formatting only, yeah, just
72, good. I renumbered correspond, that's good. 73, good.
4 good.
5 good.
76.
73, excuse me, just a minute, let's go back there. I'm going to ask them about this. I think this, our city judge is elected under a different code section than Chapter 18, and I want to ask her about that.
Which thing? I'm sorry, what?
That's section,
city judge
on
election.
page 73, Section 2A. They've got Title 16, Chapter 18, and I think that's right. I mean, wrong. I think it'd be a different chapter.
well, let's get the right one in there.
We may change that, in other words.
Okay, let's keep, cool.
I trust you guys.
I think we need to make a motion to extend the meeting.
Oh, yeah, crap. We should have done that.
I'll second it.
20 minutes at least. All right, motion to...
All in favor, say aye. Aye. Meeting extended.
I trust you guys for the next 7 pages.
Okay.
Motion second.
Let's make all the changes Danny didn't want.
Second.
Yeah.
And then everybody said aye.
Except maybe Mathis.
He said it.
Mathis abstained. I'm just kidding.
I didn't say anything.
I said he abstained.
Okay, this,
76.
Mr. Worsham, I understand that on page 76, which deals with the Tullahoma Utility Authority, I understand that you have sent this to TUA for review.
I did, but I think we can go ahead and approve it as it is, and then if they want to make any changes, we can look at that.
I think the only thing in there
The only
is
thing they're doing is formatting.
Anything else.
until you get to page 86.
Yeah, so I think it's all right, but I just, as a courtesy, I sent that to them. So. But then
Still just
they can look
formatting.
at it and let us know quickly about that.
Okay. 86. Oh, yeller.
That's just all formatting there too, right?
Yeah, all that is.
They just changed the type of font is all they did.
Basically, yeah.
Yeah, let's change the formatting, yeah, so we're...
All of that looked okay to me. I just want to make a comment about that. I did have a question on section 33 on page 96, 98 rather.
Excuse me, Mr. Morrison, would you say that again, please?
Okay.
Page 98.
Yeah, section 33. I mean, I guess that's all right. They're kind of renaming subsections or something. I didn't quite understand that.
He's sneaking somewhere. Remembering.
Just leave it like it. She says discuss, but it looks all right to me. I think we'll just let them clarify that, Lori.
Yeah, we need to talk about this, and
What?
that sounds like a legal thing that I wouldn't be...
Well, we'll just ask Conrad Rogers to clarify that, okay?
Yeah.
Okay, keep going.
So clarify where it says section 13 of Article
Well, 98.
6.
You got a lot done when you were gone.
Section 33 there. I didn't
Yeah,
quite
okay.
understand what she did.
Yeah, Steve, I would just get with the Alicia Hodge and the legal people and discuss what they're wanting to discuss about
Right.
Section 33, because I don't understand.
I didn't understand, so we'll talk to her about that.
Okay.
It's just probably what we call a housekeeping measure, Kurt, is what I would think.
Okay.
Okay, 99, there's, she has something in there about, I amended this language to include where the reference language is currently, but note, I have recommendation to move the language to another section, so this may need to be changed after discussion.
Okay, what about this? Oh, I never
I don't know what that means.
Yeah, it's kind of...
you just have her clarify that part too?
Yeah, have her clarify that.
Yeah, word's great. Doesn't bother me where you put it.
Page 50, I mean, sorry, page 100, it says 50 up at the top. 50 of the charter. Sorry, page 100, page 50 of the charter. Look up, okay? It's page 100, page 50 of the charter. Sorry.
Oh, it is, okay. See, gotcha.
Now you see what I'm talking about. Justices of the peace. I thought we took all that out.
I thought we did too.
Yeah.
If not, I want to be one.
Yeah, that's what folks want.
Are we just taking out all of Article 10?
Yeah.
Didn't you make a comment about that, Mr. Worsham, about the justice of the peace? Is that not even a legal thing in
Take it
Tennessee?
all out. I don't know why it's in there. That's from our old charter. We don't even have justice of the peace in Tennessee.
Yeah.
That'll be, all of Article 10, Section 1 will come out. But
Yeah, okay.
Section 2 ought to be Article 10 ought to be, that'll be Section 1 and 2 under Article 10.
Well, just all of Article 10.
All of Article 10?
No, takes out Section 1 of Article 10.
If you just take out Section 1, then Section 2 and 3 are about Section 1, so you have to take it out. You have to take out.
Yeah, I don't get why we keep those.
I don't know, this section 2 and 3 ought to be at the very end, after miscellaneous, I think.
Oh, I see what they did. Yeah, I see what they did.
Oh,
That'll be
okay.
the very end. Okay.
So Section 2 and Section 3 actually ought to be Section 2 and Section 3 under
11?
Under, which will be the new 10.
Yeah, the new 10, right.
So miscellaneous.
Yeah.
Put at the end of.
Miscellaneous should
So
be
Section
Article
2 and
10.
Section 3 of 10 is going to go under miscellaneous.
And then this other stuff ought to be at the very end. Over at the very end. Which would be,
Section 44.
maybe that's probably Article 10, 11. I mean Article 10. Article 10 there. You understand what Ms. Ashley? Sections 2 and 3 are Sections 1 and 2 of Article 10, and it's the very end of the charter on page 50, on 101.
Hey, Gina.
Okay, any other?
A while ago, almost said, now listen, girl, shut your mouth.
Now a good time for a narration.
We've got one more thing to do.
That was on the last page. It just said 50 at the top.
You said, let's go back to 50, and I went, good Lord.
Okay, we had a motion for Barry, seconded by Glick.
Need a motion to postpone, I guess, until.
Next week.
Amend your motion.
All in Barry,
Make a motion to postpone this until December 20th.
Special call.
Yeah, until December 20th.
Second.
seconded by Hallmarker. Ready to vote?
Can I, just to be clear, when we meet on the 13th, what are we going to have in front of us?
It is my intent to have a finished document formatted as it will go to the state legislature. That's my intent.
Okay.
That's what we hope to do. Ms. Ashley in the morning will work on this with Hannah. I hope we'll do that.
Having had,
That's our desire.
Make your motion. Click it.
having had this iteration before,
Oh. He stole it.
I want to see it.
Sorry.
He stood still it. Oh my gosh, someone let's do this.
Ready to vote.
Ready to vote on postpone?
Do it.
I was waiting for you to click it, but you was too slow.
You would steal my vote too.
Passes 7-0. This time I declare a recess for 5 minutes for bio break.
I'll swallow. Oh, hey, you're good. I like where I'm at.
Owen? I got more than I need. You want one of those?
I just admire them from a distance.
Oh, I think it's a heart. It's not.
Mayor, would you like some cookies?
I'm good, thank you.
It'll sweeten us up for the rest of the meeting.
I need it.
I think we've had a good. It's been a good.
So far, it's not been too terrible.
Can we get some coffee with us?
Man, that
We probably agreed on
They
more.
got spiced something downstairs. I saw cinnamon, so I'm assuming apple.
But I do have it on
Those public sandwiches, like the subs.
No, but Publix Deli is the bomb.
So good. We had them in the lodge yesterday, and I don't know what bread. It's like multi-grain.
Oh, it's so good.
Wow, that's the first time I think I've ever had it. I've been thinking about it since.
I saw a meme the other day. It was like Subway, the entity that made us think that eating a whole loaf of bread in one setting was healthy.
Put their little doctor's heart logos on it.
Yeah. Let's go.
Board will be back in session.
Maybe.
I don't know what we're voting on here.
And that there is no other unfinished business, we'll move into the section for new business. Starting with resolution number 1974, a resolution to amend the city of Tullahoma FY24 operating budget. Need a motion. Motion from Barry, seconded by Mann. Yield to the city administrator for background.
Yes, Mayor. We had the initial round of paving that we had budgeted for. It went over by $51,000. We need to go ahead and replace that money, but then also we have two other parking projects that are really in dire need, one being the annex building, the other being the parking lot over where the bookshelf is behind the dry cleaners. So what we are asking for is for an additional $175 in order for us to complete those projects. If you look at the memo that Ms. Wilson has put together, this should not be any issue whatsoever for us to be able to cover that coming out of that budget line item.
Those details are on page 102 in your agenda packet. Any further questions? Ready to vote? Passes 7-0. Resolution number 1975, resolution to appeal and replace resolution number 1937 to amend the study session scheduled for the Board of Mayor and Aldermen. Those details are on page 105, excuse me, on page 04. Motion from Barry is seconded by Mathis. Again, yield to city administrator.
I don't have that.
Are you sorry? You skipped ahead one, Mayor.
No, he didn't.
Resolution to appeal to resolution 1937 to amend the study session schedule.
Oh, wait.
Details on page 104.
Right here,
Resolution
104.
1975.
Resolution 1975. Resolution from Barry, seconded by Mathis.
It's ready to vote.
Are you ready?
I don't understand.
104.
That we're just saying that there will not be televised? That's the only thing we're changing?
Essentially.
Yeah. I want to make one comment. Up until, well, no, because this has been made, why don't you guys keep it televised like you always have? These meetings have never been televised historically. We did it when we were trying to move to that one study session, one meeting, and it wasn't until this board that those were televised. All previous boards, all previous mayors, none of it was televised. So it's not that we're breaking tradition right now. We're going back to the way that it has always been in the city of Tullahoma. Sorry, I didn't mean to prompt more.
Yeah, just real quick, I've always been in favor of transparency, and I won't stop today, so I'm in favor of leaving them televised.
We're voting to whether or not to, yes, to not televise. Ready to vote?
Wait a minute. I just want to make
Study sessions will not be televised.
So yes, if you agree, and no if you...
No, okay.
In case anybody's confused.
I understand that being televised, but I think they should be recorded.
Didn't used to do that.
Recorded for, I mean, yeah, I
Let's bring a
think...
listening device.
Well, it needs to be professionally. I mean...
Let's bring an audio.
No.
Yeah.
I mean, okay, so the difference is, of course, you got to have minutes for both, but I think it will make it easier if there are any questions as to what the conversation was, and for liability purposes. Even if we're not even if we're not televising it for the public to see, we still need to record it for our own records.
Yeah,
I think that's the point, and I agree with that.
By a tape recorder?
Yes.
Or by me?
No, we're not
tape
asking you to
recorder.
transcribe. No. We're talking about like
An audio recording
an
that's kept on
audio
file.
recording that's kept on file.
Right, that'd be great.
Yep, I can live with that.
Make that amendment.
They will not be televised. Section 2, I make a motion to amend it. The Board of Mayor and Aldermen study sessions will not be televised, but will be recorded for preservation.
But the audio will be recorded for preservation.
But the
There will
audio,
be an audio recording for the record.
There you go.
but there will be an audio recording for the record, okay?
Second. I guess she's got it.
I got you. There you go.
There we go.
Okay, we have an amendment.
Oh, you stole somebody's.
We have an amendment.
I stole it, then you stole it from me.
And we have an amendment.
It's up in the air, baby.
Seconded by Barry.
Yeah.
Ready to vote.
Wait a minute, is the motion and second is covered up? What is the question?
Motion to not televise but audio recording. This should technically be an amendment. This shouldn't be a
We're
vote
voting on an amendment right now.
Yeah.
Yep.
This will be the amendment.
Motion to amend, in other
Motion
words.
to amend to do a recording.
For the record.
For the record.
Yep.
Voting on the amendment to do a recording. Ready to vote on the amendment for recording. Yes to record, no to not record.
I didn't vote, but it says I did.
Yeah, I didn't either.
Well, mine's different than yours. Look at that.
AI.
I didn't touch it, and it said it passed by majority vote.
Yeah, they all say that. So hang on.
His doesn't. His asked to vote.
Huh.
You're in my head.
Let me go for
There we go.
It'd been funny if yours.
I've already voted once.
Well, I know I had to back it out.
Now that I can support, as long as there's a record.
It's teamwork.
Passes 6-0. The amendment passes 6-0. Now back to the original motion to not
1-0.
to not video record or transmit study sessions, but with the amendment to record. That's what we're voting on now. Ready to vote?
Let me
The original motion as amended.
Passes 7-0. Item number 22-202, item 8 on your agenda packet. Request to approve the repair quote from Slideways of Inglewood, Colorado, in the amount of $13,563 for Splash Island slide seam repair and lake preservation. That's on page 105 of your packet. Motion from Mathis, second from Barry. City Administrator.
Thank you, Mayor. As you will see, and you've seen in the quotes, we do have a desperately needed repair for some of the seams and the joints between the fiberglass at the pool. Currently, it is leaking, and not only is that causing issues for the slide itself, but also for the concrete decking and for other areas that could cause a major issue going forward. The slide was built back in 2015, so 8 years is about the right time when something like this should occur. We were able to obtain 2 quotes for the actual work. One quote that you'll see, quote number 3, was basically just a quote to come to give us a quote. So I recommend, along with JP Craft, that we go with Slideways. On a side note, Slideways, while corporately located in Colorado, they do have a presence and a location in Nashville. So we will have semi-local people that will come and do this repair.
Any further questions? Ready to vote? Passes 7-0. Item number 23-203, request to approve the fencing purchase of 931 fence and deck of Tullahoma in the amount of $18,931 for the 50-70 field fencing at Wagner Park, 3 baseball field. Page 111 of packet. Motion from Barry, second by Mann. City Administrator recognized.
Thank you, Mayor. As you'll see, we have the opportunity to create Wagner 3, which will be a 50-70 baseball. For simplicity's sake, what that does is that gives that particular field a lot of flexibility to host a tournament or tournament play for ages 11 through 13, which is often difficult to find fields that could do that. So, for example, we had a tournament not long ago that included 11 through 13-year-olds that we had to send that tournament to Lynchburg because we could not accommodate. As a part of this, creating the field, Mr. Kraft and his team, they have worked with TUA, who's going to repurpose old lights at their cost in order for us to have lighting for that. The Little League Association will be donating $5,000 to go towards a removable mound, which allows you to place that mound where it needs to be based on the age of the children. Again, we're looking at 11 to 13-year-olds. This will give us increased flexibility to host a large array of tournaments, and it's something that we need. The money will be coming from the maintenance budget, which has been approved by the Board of Mayor and Aldermen earlier this year.
Alderman Gleek, you recognized.
I just wanted to say thank you for continuing this project. This was a project that I started back when I was the Recreation Director, so it's been a long time in coming. I'm glad you finally have the funding to complete it.
I appreciate the thank yous, but that goes straight to JP and his team.
Any further questions? Any further comments? Ready to vote?
Waiting on you.
Sorry.
Oh, yeah.
During the meetings.
Sorry.
Item number 22-604, request to authorize purchase of 5 seized, authorize the surplus of 5 seized vehicles that have been forfeited to the city of Tullahoma by the Tennessee Department of Safety Details on 121. Motion from Barry, seconded by Mann. City Administrator recognized again.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. These vehicles have been forfeited to us by the Tennessee Department of Safety. They would have occurred through any kind of criminal activity, including DUIs, drugs, and things of that nature. We are asking that we be allowed to take those 5 vehicles and sell them as surplus. On page 122 of your packet, you'll see the 5 vehicles that have been listed.
Further comments or questions? Ready to vote? Passes 7-0. R22-205, request the mayor to call a study session to discuss the employment agreement with Jason Quick in the city administrator's position. Before we bring that to a vote, the request to call a study session, I've discussed this with the city administrator, and it has been his agreement that we postpone that till after the first of the year, and that the calendar has gotten extremely crowded between now and the end of the year for a study session. So should we postpone voting on that? My motion would be to postpone voting on that until our first meeting in January.
I feel as though we can vote on this, and then you can just set the study session in January. But that way we got the vote out of the way. We've declared we want to do it. Let's get it on the calendar in January. Yep. Just not January 3rd.
To be determined.
In
January.
It'll be after our first meeting in January.
I'm okay with that.
It would be sometime after our first.
After the Wolverines have beaten the Tide.
I might be waiting a long time.
You may be.
Ready to vote on that?
Do it.
Passes 7-0. Order number 1614, an ordinance to adopt a new charter Title 9 Business Peddlers Solicitors. So Chapter 8, mobile food vending in Title 9 of the City of Tullahoma, set forth in Tullahoma Municipal Code, passed on the first 2 readings.
It's not our street.
Ready for a motion. Motion from Barry, seconded by Wilson. That again recognized city administrator.
Thank you, Mayor. This is an ordinance that Ms. Ashley, Mr. Rush, and I have spent an awful lot of time on. One of the things that I felt that is very important is we continue to work with the food truck vendors and make sure this is an ordinance that we all can agree to within reason, knowing there's going to be some points of contention one way or the other. One of the major conflicts or major concerns was the issuance of a background check that we were requiring. One of the things that I would like to offer up to you is, in speaking with Ms. Ashley and Mr. Rush and myself, we all concluded that the majority of the reason for our requirement of a background check was sexual offenders and making sure that we're protecting our students and our children and our neighborhoods. We believe that a way to compromise with that is, as an application is turned in, and if we can receive a list of people that could be overseeing or supervising a food truck, that we have those names, we have the ability to go and check the sex offender registry, and we can do that in our office and also in conjunction with our police department to make sure that we haven't missed anything. That would then eliminate the requirement for the overall total background check. That's one of the things that I would like to bring for your discussion to see if that's something that you as a board would support.
No background check for anyone, even among the applicants. So it's just
Right, so as an applicant comes forward, we would then look on the sexual offender registry online. Then they would also give us anybody else that could be supervising or would be supervising within that truck. We would then also look at that. That would be at no cost to the vendors and no cost to us. It's basically a way for us to go and check that particular, for that particular offense. Now, what that doesn't include is if there's any other type of concerns that a background check may have for you, we would not get that. This is only for sex offender registry. So what I would tell the board is if you have other concerns that you think a background check would check for and that you would want to make sure that you were aware of, that would need to be covered through a background check.
Well, let me ask you.
Alderman Berry, you're recognized.
I'll make an amendment. Well, I don't want to make an amendment until I'm okay with that. And I will make an amendment to only check the sexual offender registry. The caveat is that later down the road, if you do hire a sexual offender and it is caught, that is grounds to revoke your permit. No, then I'll just leave it at, we'll only check the sexual offender registry, if we can get behind that.
Ask my question first before you make that amendment. And I'll ask the same question that I asked when it was the background check during our study session, is do we do this to every business, every restaurant in Tullahoma? Do we check the sex offender registry for them?
We do not.
I really don't understand. I know what your answer was last time, but I still don't. I just don't follow the logic. I don't know why you would do it for the food trucks and why you're not doing it for the others, or vice versa. I don't know why we should treat them differently than any business owner in Tullahoma.
The only, okay, and I would ask that Mr. Rush, please chime in if you feel free, and if y'all would permit Ms. Ashley, if she wants to, also provide her comments from the board, from the table. The true difference is transit, being able to move from location to location. Also, the proximity to neighborhoods that maybe some of the other restaurants who are in a zone commercial area, that would be the main issue that we have looked at. Mr. Rush, do you have anything to add?
No, that's it. It's just the safety factor. Because they are mobile, they can be anywhere. Just actually do the background check. That was the recommendation that we wanted to make to you, to make sure that you're aware of any kind of deeds that can be done so that you're educated on.
And we did that to kind of keep it in line with the transient vendors, the special event permits. All of those have to have a background check to be permitted. So we were just keeping it in line with all of that.
So we're dialing that down.
So it's keeping, okay, I can understand that. So they're being treated like another business that's already been undergoing background checks in the past. So, okay, I just want to make sure they're not being treated differently than other businesses of the same type.
Alderman, you recognize?
No,
peddlers.
There's other. I mean, I didn't know if they were done, but for me, I'm good with just checking for the sex offender registry. I think that's a fair compromise, so I'm good with that.
So what we're saying is, now here's what I'm. I think that's fine to check for the sex offender registry, but we aren't a parole office, and we don't need to get into the business of being a parole office. And parole offices, if you're on parole and you're on the sex offender registry, you have to report what it is you do and where you're working. And they actually will not allow you to work in certain businesses or do certain things. They're already checking that, number one. Number two, we can't expect that these food truck owners are going to come back in every time they hire a new employee and say, oh, I hired somebody else, y'all need to check them too. So that would just be unrealistic. So I'm fine with checking it on the owner. I don't think that we should put that on them to bring back anybody else. But my question to you is, let's say that we have a food truck vendor who wants to operate a food truck and is on the sex offender registry, do we legally have the right to treat them different without having an ordinance that says we do not allow sex offender people who are on the sex offender registry to operate? If your intent is to not allow people on the sex offender registry to operate a food truck, I'm fine with that. State that intent in here, in other words.
I don't know that we have an ordinance that states that.
Well, this is the ordinance we're talking about. Look, Mr. Worsham.
Well, there are state laws that govern the activities of people that are sex offenders, such as they can't be within so many feet of schools and parks and places of amusement and things like that. And that ought to be adequate for us in this case, because we're going to check to see if they are not or are sex offenders. If they're not, then we don't have a problem. If we catch somebody that is, then we'll have to prosecute them. I think.
Well,
that's
hang
what
on. So those laws don't necessarily preclude a sex offender from owning a food truck, is my point. So they can park within so many feet of a school. That would be true.
Right.
But my point is, the way that you're saying it is you would not allow a permit for anyone who was on the sex offender registry. Now, I'm not sure that if we adopt that language in this ordinance, that would suffice under equal representation. I don't think we can do that. I don't think we can classify them differently, because we are not the state, and this is not a state law, and the state already has laws, like Mr. Worsham was saying, regarding this. I don't think we can preclude them otherwise than what the state precludes them. So my concern with this is, obviously it would make me a little hesitant if I knew we had a sex offender operating an ice cream truck. I mean, that's what keeps going in my head, y'all. But and I wouldn't like that at all. But my question is, from a legal perspective, can you deny the permit based on that? And I'm not sure that you can. You can say, here's the laws, here's everything, every place you can't be, here's everything you can't do, which they can't operate a food truck, because that would be, going to children. Actually, that would be in the law. But I'm not sure you can deny them this permit outside of those state law provisions. And so what is the point if we can't deny it? If the point is for just information collecting, fine, but we need to make that very clear. We're collecting the information so that our patrolmen are on notice, and that I'm okay with. But that doesn't give us the right to deny the permit, because that's probably going to get us sued. And trust me, people like that are looking for and itching it for any which way to sue.
I think it depends on how we word the ordinance, and I think you're probably right about that, although I haven't researched that particular issue. But the point is that I think that no one is going to apply that is a sex offender, so the only way we're really going to find out if somebody is working for one and we catch them. That's the way we'd have to do it, frankly. But I think we could use that as an informational item to monitor those things, and I think we should.
Don't we all?
Just to monitor it.
Lori. Currently, I have refused a vendor permit for a sex offender background came back. So
Pretty sure you can.
Yeah,
we're already doing
I mean,
that.
just because we have done it and are doing it doesn't mean that it's legal. People do.
Well, that's
I'm not saying
why
that we
we're
can or we
going along
can't. I'm just saying I want to know the answer to it.
I'm okay with taking that risk.
Alderman Mann, you're recognized.
Yeah, so there's a lot of things we probably want to be known for on this board. The board that fixed our roads, the board that gave more funding to our schools or our fire department, but I doubt we want to be known as the board that said, nah, let's leave out the sex offender registry check, and then something happened. Because the very first people they will look at will be these folks up here, and should. And so I would err on the side, I would rather be on the side of putting it in there, having it in there, and then if there's legal reason for us to remove it down the road, let someone prove it.
Alderman Wilson, you're recognized.
Yeah, that would, when this was brought up before, food truck vendors are different than a regular brick and mortar business. I mean, brick and mortar business, they have to go through licensing and whatnot, and there's a permanent location, and if something happens, then that's under the law, for the law to deal with. But when we are issuing special event things like for any food truck vendor or special permit sort of thing, it is a different thing. And I doubt that all these other cities are asking for background checks if it's illegal to do. And, you know.
No, I don't think it's illegal to ask for the background check. I don't know that you can deny, I'm wondering if you can actually deny the permit based on that.
You can whenever you're issuing like a liquor license or all that stuff, because.
Transient vendor.
Yeah, I mean, it's different. It's not, you know, a brick and mortar is different than a vendor that is at different locations and it may never come back to your town after the incident occurs.
Barry, back to you.
Make an amendment to change section 9806, subsection A, subsection B, number 11, to maybe help me with some wording here. Did you have, I'll say the owner and any I don't know if we use the word employees.
We had talked about like supervisor.
The owner and any supervisors known at the time of application must, I don't know how you say it, have their names checked against the sexual offenders registry.
I would say will.
Shall. Have their names checked against the sexual offenders registry. If no one in the, we'll take out the if no one in the truck has.
I just think take that sentence out.
Take that sentence out. And take out the at least one person, the owner, and change at least one person. I guess we can change the whole thing. Because if there's a change of hands in ownership, will they have to get a new permit?
They have to get a new permit.
Okay, so then that doesn't matter. Yeah. And I would add in there that, I don't know what it's called, a positive identification. You know, if somebody is found to be on the sexual registry, then that is grounds for denying the permit. That way we are clear in there.
And I forgot to mention too that, you know, you aren't allowed to, as a sex offender or criminal, to be near the schools, but there isn't that provision for in neighborhoods. And we're in essence allowing, I mean, in the neighborhoods to operate. So we can't just say, oh, we can't, I mean, they're in the neighborhood, so.
City Administrator, you recognize?
I would want to make sure that we look at if we have a food truck vendor that's permitted, and then they also supply a name or two, and let's say 3 months down the road, they're wanting to hire somebody. And my thought is that most of our food truck vendors probably hire people they know anyway, family, friends, those kind of things. But if it's somebody that is unknown to them, they submit the name to us and they are on the sex offender registry. I don't think that would be fair to, I want to make sure it doesn't impact the permit that owner has, because basically we check and we would say, this person's on the sex offender registry, and let them know that.
I think to clear it, you just need to say on here that the intent is that we do not allow people registered on the sex offender registry to operate food trucks in the city of Tullahoma. Just make that clear.
Own, operate, or work.
Yeah, own, operate. Just make that clear, because don't put it back on these guys that they have to come and ask if it's okay to hire their employees to our city administrator. That's not our job.
True.
That's not our job.
But
No.
it is, if we say, I like what you said there, is just change that whole thing, amend it to say, no one shall operate, own, operate, or work in a food truck
that is in the city of Tullahoma.
In the city of Tullahoma.
In the city of Tullahoma, that is on the sex offender registry. I'm okay. Make your intent clear is all I'm asking.
So we're not trying to make it more difficult for the food truck vendors.
Then it is, I mean, it's your employee, it's their employee.
Right.
I don't hire somebody without knowing everything I possibly can about them. And that's just business.
Now
And then
you've
I
made
make a
it clear.
decision.
And it's free and easy to check.
Now, the difference in what I was saying earlier is we didn't have that stated. So then, how do you know what I'm saying? Like, you couldn't say no if you didn't have that stated. So state it, now you can say no.
All right, call the question.
Question's been called. Before we vote on the question, like the city recorder, read the amendment.
I don't have a second either.
Yes, you do.
Oh, do it?
Yeah.
Well, I don't have it up for you to second.
Oh, yeah.
So,
Okay, we're changing that section to no one shall own or operate a food truck in the city of Tullahoma.
Own, operate, or work in.
Yeah.
Own, operate, or work in. Yeah, if that's the intent, just make it clear. I'm good with it.
A food truck in the city of Tullahoma that is listed on the sex offender registry.
Period.
all right.
All right,
Okay, ready to vote on the amendment?
there you go.
Nobody shall steal in a motion.
Stealing bases over here.
I got one more, and I'm sorry.
Okay.
So that passed.
We've got that amendment on there.
7-0.
Further comments? Alderman Berry, you recognize again.
I have one more amendment. Section 9802, number 4.
Hold on one second.
98224.
Yep.
9.802.
It currently says ice cream truck means any operable vehicle from which an operator sells only prepackaged frozen products, soft serve, or hand-dipped frozen products, and continues to read, ice cream truck shall not require a mobile food vending permit. I'd like to strike that last sentence. I don't understand the distinguishment between an ice cream truck and
anything else.
Yeah, I agree with that.
As a matter of fact, even more so.
So strike the last sentence.
Strike the last sentence.
Under 4.
Yep.
And that's covered somewhere else in that section. That's covered again. Down in number 9, which is, and ice cream vehicle shall not require a mobile food vending permit.
Get rid of it.
So I think we may need, can we just do it all? You guys want to do it all in one?
Yeah.
So then we'll also amend number 9, remove canteen vehicles and ice cream trucks.
Right.
And I guess section 1, remove the last sentence. Canteen vehicles shall not require, I don't know what a canteen
Okay,
is.
where's the canteen?
9802, number 1.
Essentially all require permit.
Yeah, then it's all fair.
Okay, which one? What was that last one?
They call canteen trucks.
Number 1, the canteen.
Oh, gotcha.
Canteen truck.
Okay, so that is 98024. We're striking the last. 98029 and 98021.
Yeah. 1, 4, and 9.
3 of them.
Where it says about that, where's the dollar, right?
It's taken out.
Okay, you've got a motion. That's your amendment. Barry, that's your amendment.
No, it's not. They stole it.
Somebody else? I've got a motion from Mann, a second by Wilson,
Yeah, there's a lot in here.
and we'll ready to vote on this amendment.
I looked up and you're both looking at me.
Passes 7-0. Any other changes to the ordinance?
I have one I'd like to put out there and just see what everyone would think about doing. That's on section 9-809, letter X, signage. The last sentence, no separate freestanding signs are permitted. Let them have their flags. You know, I don't think there's been an instance yet where that's hurt anybody.
You changed. And I asked.
Which number is that? Which number is that?
We can ask, yeah.
X and It's on page 137.
It's on over here.
I think they should.
Because I thought that we originally talked about that they could have like a
They could have a sandwich
board. Or,
Yeah, the sandwich board, I'll be talking more about the short signs and everything else.
I was thinking that you had said that we're rewriting our sign ordinance. So instead of putting things in here and then having to go back through and take it out, let's get the sign ordinance done and then we'll come back and fix those.
So just for that, just say refer to the sign ordinance. Oh, no, we wanted to put it in here so that it made it easy for the people that are applying for a pet.
Where they didn't have to look at two different documents. That's what we agreed upon.
Oh, man, your suggestion is under X there is just delete the last sentence saying no separate freestanding side committee.
And then, because again, it says signage must meet all codes and be considered safe by planning and codes. So I think we're covered fine on that without, striking all
that's good.
freestanding signs.
Just delete this. Just delete. You want to make a motion?
Yep, I'd like to make a motion to delete the last sentence of X. No separate freestanding signs are permitted.
I'll second that.
We have an amendment, a motion on the amendment,
You think you'll say?
and a second by Barry. Ready to vote on the amendment.
It's a game. It's a video.
137BB mentions background checks again. That'll need to be removed. Sexual offender.
Which one?
137BB.
130.
Page 137.
I'll make a motion. Oh, it says sex offenders are prohibited. No registered sex offenders shall occupy.
I think it's okay.
Here.
Yeah.
But it's the background check. It's also.
It's the last sentence.
I make a motion that we strike the last sentence
I'm still
from
good with that, but whatever.
BB on 137.
I don't know why we wouldn't require the background check, though, if we're requiring it for other
I agree.
things. I mean,
No, because it's a regular business. We require it for special events permits, but we're checking the one thing that we want to know about. Anything else, I don't think we're going to deny it for anyways.
Okay, Alderman Barry, you want to make an amendment, make another amendment?
People have served their
To get it
time,
done?
they're right in their 20 years. I couldn't care less.
Of BB.
Yep.
That's the amendment. Did you get a second?
I may not even get the motion yet. There we go.
Second by
Quick
delete.
fingers tonight.
Okay, we're deleting the last sentence. The applicant must provide a background check on BB of section, what are the 809? Okay, ready to vote.
What is this?
Strike that last sentence of
Striking that.
BB.
Oh, okay, this is for
Background check.
that.
Eliminating background check.
All right, I got one. Page 133, 6.
That passes 7-0.
Page 133, section 9-809, number 6.
Say again, Jim, please.
Section 133, page 133.
I could.
Page 133. Section 6. The applicant shall have the the mobile food vehicle may be located only at specific locations with written approval of the landowner. I'm okay with that. And approved by the Planning and Codes Department. Not okay with that. The applicant shall have the responsibility to initiate a request to utilize such locations. The Planning and Codes Department shall have complete discretion as to which locations to approve, considering the needs of traffic, pedestrians, public safety, public works, and that it is proper and lawful for the city to consider in approving or disapproving such locations. They shall have continuing authority to approve locations, grant conditional approvals, revoke prior approvals, make conditional revocation, yada, yada. Anyways, I think we've already made it clear that they have to have permission, and we've already given them guidelines. Outside of that, again, you do not, you think you want this responsibility, you do not want this responsibility. We are going to spend too much manpower and too much time determining where food trucks are. This is a mobile business. We need to let them be mobile. We do not have to say yes to every location that they're at, so long as they're in compliance with every other provision in this. That's too much work and too much resources of our money and too much time and effort on them to make sure, oh my gosh, we're moving down the street 2 blocks. Did we ask if we could go? I know we have the landowner's approval, but did we ask Mr. Rush or the city administrator? We are not a dictatorship. Please, can we take this out and just leave that first sentence and stop with written approval of landowner and for all other, restrictions within this.
Is that your motion?
That is my motion. Please, can we reduce that paragraph to, I make a motion to reduce the paragraph to say, the mobile food vehicle, mobile food trailer, and/or cart may be located only at specific locations with written approval of the landowner and as provided for in this ordinance. Period.
Approval from the landowner and what?
And as provided for in this ordinance. So any restrictions that we have, they have to abide by. We do not need to be in or checking who's where and at what time and at what place and all the things. They are not our employees, and this is not our business.
I think the city administrator has his hand up.
Well, let's get a second on her.
Okay, the motion made by Alderman Almacher. Did not have a second. Seconded by Glick. City administrator, you recognize.
I fully understand where Alderman Almacher is coming with her thinking. I can assure you of this. Our resources are not going to be spent with an investigator that's going to be looking at every single food truck. As I look at this, and I want Mr. Rush to chime in on this, as I look at it, I do think that we ought to have the ability to make sure that we don't have food trucks in a congested area that may be causing considerable traffic issues, for an example. And I can't tell you what exactly that would look like, but I want to make sure that the public doesn't see us as some kind of food truck czar that we can tell people exactly what to do and where to go. I would hope tonight is a good sign of how amenable we are for food trucks and how much we're looking forward to welcoming them in here. We're not going to be looking to place them on the board like a chess pawn or a checker, but I do think we need to have the ability, in case a food truck sets up or food trucks set up somewhere, that even a property owner has said it's okay for them to do that, but for some kind of public safety issue, traffic issue, or something else like that, that we would have the ability to say, hey, you know what, this may not be the right time, the right place for this location. Mr. Rush, I'd like for you to chime in on that.
You hit it on the head, and it's also any kind of lines that are underneath, right? Water line, a gas line, maybe it's just under actual ground, that it's on, what is it? It's on soil. It's not on concrete, so it sinks right down and, something happens.
If it's on private property, that's not our decision to make. And no.
If it's a matter of public safety, wouldn't you have the right to ask them to move anyway?
If it's a matter of public safety, and that's the thing, is you don't need it to say that in this ordinance.
Okay. Let me bring an example.
The church on Friday is on Cedar Lane.
I'm sorry?
The church on Friday is on Cedar Lane is an example of this happening. That is backed up all the way to Wilson Avenue because they're letting one car in, one car out.
That's a great example. Another thought would be, let's say, for example, that a private property owner, let's say they own the shopping center, for example, and they have designated that this area of our parking lot is where all food trucks can park, nowhere else. And they've allowed all the food truck vendors to have the authority to come out there and park on a Friday. Well, if that's causing a traffic problem, whereas, let's say on Cedar Lane, there's construction issues anyway, if it's causing a public safety concern, I think that we should be able to maintain the ability to work with them. And again, I want to make sure that the board doesn't look at us and say, we're just going to be out there demanding and commanding. Trust me, we've got a lot better things that we need to do. But to have the ability, if ever needed, I think that needs to remain versus somebody that says, you can't tell me where to park.
There's a better way.
Hang on, let him finish.
There's a better way. Okay, I understand what he's saying.
Wait until the city administrator has the floor. Please continue. You're done, okay?
Sorry to interrupt you, but I would like for the deliberations to stay up here in the conversation. We understand your intent, but there's a better way to do that. The concern that I have is not just about our resources, but what we're putting back on them, that they essentially would not be in compliance if they didn't ask for permission that day, which may be on a Sunday, and they can't ask for that permission to be wherever location that they're at. Or that location may move because of something else going on. And so my thing is, I think you need to do it on a case-by-case basis, and we can write some language in here. That's why I said, I hear your concern. We can write, how about we take out that they have to ask for permission, but we put in lieu of that, if there is a safety issue, the city of Tullahoma has the right to ask any food truck owner to move for a safety issue.
For public safety.
For public safety. How is that?
I think that's fair.
What about?
I think, again, we're just wanting to make sure if there's a public safety concern that
Sure.
we recognize that. An example, or we're going to get this from Chief Sons or one of his people, that there may be an issue there.
Sure.
As long as we have the ability to try to correct that for the safety of the public and for the food truck vendors, I think that's fine. It's just we want to make sure that we have the ability, if we feel like it's in the best interest of our citizens.
Absolutely, and I'm fine with that. Let's create less problem and burden for everybody. Let's change this to say, my motion continue. The mobile food vehicle, mobile food trailer, and/or cart may be located only at specific locations with written approval of the landowner, and as what was the word I used? And as provided for in this ordinance. Furthermore, the city of Tullahoma and/or its designees from the Planning and Codes Department have the authority to ask a food truck operator or any other entity that falls under this ordinance to cease operations or move locations should there be a public safety issue or in the best interest and welfare of our citizens. Which means maybe you can't say it's public safety. Maybe it's there's a tornado coming and you don't need people out here at the food truck. I don't know. Maybe it could be anything. It could be, oh, we're having a parade, or there's a marathon going to be on the street. You don't want to be here anyways because they have this blocked off and you're not in this special events permit. It could be other reasons besides just public safety. Maybe there's something else that some other entity has going on in that location that food truck owner is unaware of. So there could be other reasons. I'm trying to give you more opportunity than just public safety.
Okay, so furthermore, the city of Tullahoma and the Planning and Zoning Department have the authority to ask the food truck vendor to move locations.
To move locations or cease operations in the interest of public safety or the welfare of its citizens.
I have a request. That is, I think this language here, the planning codes may have complete discretion and it has all this stuff that you could fit making a move into any one of these categories they have here. I think that's an overstep really there, but I understand the intent. But I'm not willing to sit here and try to rewrite all that language tonight. I wonder if we could make a suggestion that before the second reading, and this have to go through 2 readings? Mm-hmm. Before the second reading, some language on this section 6B, relook at that language again.
To soften
I think it seems overly restrictive, and it puts the Planning and Codes Department way too much, and way too powerful in denying anything, and if they're not checking and evaluating every single one, then we have the thing that somebody might be treated unfairly. So I think it needs to be looked at, and another suggestion before our second reading.
So would you change your amendment to reword it before the next meeting in the spirit of Jenna's
Yeah, I will make a motion to amend consistent with the language that we've all just discussed.
Okay, we're ready. Any further discussion?
City administrator has a comment.
City administrator recognized.
And this is something I probably should have looked at. What I would like to do is take out any wording that says the Planning and Codes Department and just say the city. I think that would be better. And here's a great, what if Planning and Codes doesn't oversee that and we put it in another department? Could that ever happen? I don't know. I'm trying to look at a reason we wouldn't have to come back and rewrite an ordinance.
Why don't you just look at the whole number 6 and reword that whole thing?
Okay.
But my question is, would the board be amenable to just the city and everybody knows what the city stands for?
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, just the city, but some of that other wording in there about all the,
So for Lori,
I think logistically and procedurally, we don't need an amendment or anything here.
I withdraw.
Tonight, and then we'll just fail it, or not, we'll pass it next time with.
Yeah, I withdraw, but we need to make a note that we're revisiting that.
So nothing for Lori to.
Page 134.
not so fast.
Page 134 at the bottom. I'm not sure if this is feasible or not. Just tell me it is or tell me it isn't. The certificates of insurance indemnifying and naming the city as an additional insured. I don't know that insurance policies will do that.
Yes, they will.
They do for all of our other
They do.
permits.
Just for like the special events permits, but will they do it for a constant business, in other words? Have you guys checked on that? I'm just curious. I would like to recognize and ask if they have checked on it. I need to know. Yeah, find out for me.
Normal business is the thing. Like, I get it and I understand, but they're not.
Well, they currently give this, I can tell you that.
Well, I know that they do for special events permits.
For this too.
Okay, I want to hear from.
Any extra to the city. I know that.
Yeah. I know they give it for special events permits. I'm just not sure they give it for a business that operates on a daily basis.
Indemnification on it.
According to our food truck vendor friends, the certificate, I was asked about being listed as a certificate holder, and it's my understanding that they do have those options for special events, but not as a one-time. It follows them wherever they go within the city of Tullahoma.
That's right. That was my concern. You can get it for a special event. It's my understanding with insurance. You cannot get it as a daily operational business. So I don't think that is going to be feasible for us to have that in there. They can't get it.
Why not just ask the term, if possible, add that term in there, if possible. If they could get it, then they will. If not, they don't have to have it.
I like that. When possible.
Okay, that means nobody's going to do it, but okay. Sure, if possible.
Could this also be one that we look before?
Just bring it back,
meeting?
yes. Talk to the insurance companies, please.
Yeah. Well, I'll talk with our food vendors.
And
as
our
well.
food truck vendors,
We'll figure that out.
yes.
Number F, okay.
Yeah. So I said, it's very different, special events permits and operational stuff.
We're ready to go to page 138.
We went to that.
Page 139, appeal of Board of Adjustment and Appeals. And I might ask a question for the city administrator and for the planning codes director. Are this intent to be the Board of Zoning Appeals? There is no Board of Adjustment and Appeals.
That can just be to a board.
Could have had one.
Tullahoma designates to hear this. If we don't want the Board of Adjustment and Appeals, but it was going to be standalone, something different than the Board of Zoning Appeals.
No, I think we need to bring the Board of Appeals discussion back, and I think this opened the door to it. This is the exact reason why you need a Board of Appeals, because this would not fall under a zoning. So I would ask that when we bring this back, we can also look at this, and I will personally volunteer to figure out the best way to create that.
I'm sure you will.
But here is the application, and thank you, Rush, for pointing it out.
Yeah.
So,
Okay, good.
So the BOAA is not a thing right now?
The Board of Adjustments and Appeals is not a thing, right?
not in the city of Tullahoma, but it could have been about 6 months ago whenever I tried to create it. But this is the exact reason that it needs to be.
Why don't we just change that to the Board of Mayor and Aldermen?
Absolutely not. I just want to bring it back.
That's how originally I think I drafted it.
No, in the original draft, I saw this and I didn't bring it up. Thanks, Mayor. You ruined it.
Let's just make it the Board of... I'm going to wait till Jerry's back. I make a motion to amend 9811 to read appeal to the Board of Mayor and Aldermen, and it just comes straight to us.
Got a motion
I'll second it.
and a second. Any further discussion on it?
I don't understand
Ready to vote.
having levels of crap. Just come to us.
You have
Be done.
You have to say that. I didn't get it.
Instead of saying Board of Adjustment and Appeals, say the Board of Mayor and Aldermen.
It still could come to us.
What section are we in?
Change it to the appeal.
9-811.
9811, page 139, appeal to the Board of Mayor and Aldermen. And then the beer, yeah, it just comes straight to us and cut out all the middlemen. Be done with it.
I do like the Board of Appeals.
So what you're saying is that we are the Board of Appeals?
In this 811, we are, is what I'm saying.
How about that? Yeah, we should be, shouldn't we? Yeah, Board of Appeals, that should be us.
Moving on to...
Wait a minute, I gotta... Did anybody second Daniel's motion?
Yes. Now, he just now.
I'm ready to vote on it. Just because.
I'm losing it.
Passes 6-1. With that, we're ready to vote on the original motion as
Oh, wait a minute, I got an
amended
amendment.
7 times.
I've got an amendment.
No, just kidding, don't really.
There's a meme here somewhere.
Well, just agree with me and I'll go fast.
I just got my bedtime notification.
The only thing on page 141, I don't think we should make ourselves exempt from laws that we're requiring of other people.
Bingo. I second.
Motion and second, ready to vote.
I'll comment on that.
Is there a good reason we put that in there?
Alderman Berry had a comment.
Yes, we do.
Okay, well, let's...
I'm sorry.
My comment, I would defer to Rush, Charles Rush.
Thank you. It's for the school, the 500 foot requirement. So right now you have the park right next to, of course, the school. So we'd actually have to get approval from the Board of Education.
Get the approval.
Well, why don't we list that in here and say any and all requirements? I mean...
Yeah, you just amend it to include that, yeah.
We're exempt from all kinds of stuff.
I think where that comes from is if we're a private property owner and we're within 500 feet from a school.
We're not a private property owner, honey.
We're a public property owner, such as a grider. Is there anything that's going to keep us from doing the things that we need to do? Help me more there, Mr. Rush. I'm thinking July 4th celebrations or anything of that nature. We're not looking to skirt anything that we've set, but at the same time, if there's something the city is looking to do or promote, I don't want us to be handicapped because of that, especially from where our property is located.
Our property is, the city's property is the citizen's property, is public property. That's the very definition. That's the difference between private and public. We are, when we're talking about the school property, that's public property. And so it actually says, and I get that we could not operate on public property. You make the distinction that you already made it in here for special events, correct? You've already got an allowance in here that makes a distinction for special events.
We do have the allowance for special events, but that's still, I didn't put language in there for the 500-foot for schools, unless they actually allow it.
And a special event with pull a permit.
Yeah, you still have to get a permit as well.
And then we have to get insurance.
Yeah.
Alderman Berry, you recognize?
I would just did it so they could speak. I yield my time back to the floor. I'm opposed to that amendment.
Call the question.
Questions called. Vote on calling the question.
We don't need to call the question.
well,
Just
you have to
vote.
vote on the question.
Let's just vote.
Yeah, if we can just vote.
You're voting on this exception. Fails 5-2. Keep it. Again, we're ready to vote on the original motion for food trucks as amended several times. But who's counting? Everybody ready to vote? Passes 7-0 as amended. Ordinance number 1617, ordinance to amend the zoning map of the city of Tullahoma set forth in Tullahoma Municipal Code Z-Zone parcel located 706, 708, 712, South Atlantic from neighborhood general commercial C2 to neighborhood commercial C3. Passed on the first two readings. Need a motion from Barry, second by Mann.
Ready to vote?
Ready to vote. Passes 7-0. Ordinance number 1618, an ordinance of the city of Tullahoma to adopt a new charter, Title 1, General Administration, Chapter 9, which is board appointments of the municipal code, passed on the first two readings. Any motion? Motion by Almacher. Seconded by Alderman Wilson. Almacher, I believe that's your motion.
Yes,
What's the
okay.
background?
So we talked about how some boards pay, some boards don't. The state, the General Assembly, they have a certain salary, and then they get per diems and other things that we don't get for attending all the meetings and doing all the things that we do. I believe that if one person's going to be paid by other entities, we all should be compensated for our time. I don't know about y'all, but I am currently in the negative about $98,800 for my time on this board. So,
Alderman Mann, you're next.
Okay, so when we all signed up for this, we all knew what the perks were, which were not much. For me, if you did this for the salary or for the money, that's pretty terrifying. Look, we do this because we love our city. We do this because we were elected or appointed to do this. We do this because we have a passion about the job. And personally, I'm not going to vote for anything that takes money out of our coffers at a time that we've got a lot we could be spending this on, just to pay us something that none of us are going to remember what we even spent it on, should we actually get it. I'm a no on this, a hard no on this. We should do this because this is the job we signed up for, and this is the city we love.
Barry.
Does anybody up here know how much this will cost the city? I do. Today, $189,000 per per year is what this will cost the city of Tullahoma. $189,000 per year. I'm a hard no.
Hold on, Margaret. Recognize.
I don't know where you got your math from, but
Got it
I will
right
say
here.
this, I will make a motion to amend. Board appointments. Motion to amend. No member of the Board of Mayor and Aldermen may be paid by any other entity for attending meetings as a board representative, period, then.
I second that.
I need you to say that one more time.
Actually, it's the same thing, it's just the first sentence. No member of the Board of Mayor and Aldermen may be paid by any other entity for attending meetings as a board representative. Y'all have made my point for me. Thank you.
That's your amendment. Alderman Berry.
I did not make your point for you. My point was that we shouldn't be paying out of our coffers $189,000 per year, and we have that math here. I have it. The point, which has nothing to do with if TUA wants to pay theirs, that doesn't cost the city a dime. If Duck River wants to pay theirs, it doesn't cost the city a dime. If the Housing Authority wanted to pay theirs, it doesn't cost the city a dime. They have their own board. They can make their own rules. Now, what I would support is effective at our next session, right, when board appointments are made, that no member, effective next session, that no member of the Board of Mayor and Aldermen can appoint themselves to a board that receives money. That's effective next session.
That's probably already
law, probably.
But I would support that, but if another board wants to pay, we don't regulate them. So it's their rules, their bylaws, their pieces. If they want to do it, do it. It doesn't cost us a dime.
The problem is that it could create a conflict of interest or create an appearance of a conflict of interest when you're being paid by another board that you're representing. So, and that's why I would be for this amendment.
Motion and only have a motion. You have an amendment to the motion. You heard the discussion. Ready to vote. Motion fails 4-3. Go back to the original motion. Back to the original motion. The original motion from Marker, seconded by Wilson. Any further discussion on the motion? Ready to vote. Fails 6-1. Ordinance number 1619, an ordinance of the City of Tullahoma, Tennessee, to adopt a new section, chapter of ethics, Title 1, General Administration of Tullahoma Municipal Code, establishing an ethics committee for the passage on first and two readings. Motion. Motion for Alderman Marker, second by Wilson. Alderman Marker, that's your motion. I'll let you introduce it.
Mr. Mayor, if I might speak on this
You
issue.
recognize the attorney?
Thank you. We currently have a provision in our Code of Ordinances about ethics called the Code of Ethics that we've already adopted, and it is in conflict with in certain ways. So I would suggest that we defer this, we look at what we currently have in our Code of Ordinances, and that we tailor this to that so that there's not a conflict between the two. Otherwise, we're going to have two different sections about ethics. I'm neither opposed nor in favor of this necessarily. I just want to make sure that what we enact is something that is not conflicting with something we already have.
Alderman Barry.
I agree with the spirit of this, but I would like to have a study session over this, and let's bring in the old, we've been in a situation before where we had an existing, and we tried to do something, and then we ended up with, so I agree with the spirit of this. I'm in support, but I'd like to study this and let's massage it, and so I would let everybody, I would let everybody speak, but then I'd like to make a motion to postpone until we've had a study session, but I'll wait until.
Motion to postpone until the Jason Quick employment contract study session. You can add this to the agenda as well for that study session.
Yeah, we definitely need to adopt something like that.
Motion to postpone.
Motion postponed, seconded. Ready to vote?
So if we,
have a study session.
if you want to vote to have the study session, then you vote yes.
On the same one with Jason Quick's.
Motion.
No, this wouldn't be a motion to amend, this would be a motion to postpone.
Yeah, motion to postpone instead of amend, but she can.
Doing a lot of those amends.
Has everybody voted on postpone?
Now we can.
Motion to postpone passes 7-0. Ordinance number 1620, an ordinance of the city of Tullahoma adopting new section in chapter 2, Board of Mayor and Aldermen, Title 1, General Administrative Section, to establish term limits for the mayor and the Board of Mayor and Aldermen for the use of code on passage of first of 2 readings.
I don't know if I'm on the right one. Are we on 19 or 20?
On 1620.
1620.
Yeah.
Okay.
Motion from Michael. Seconded by Barry.
Yeah.
You recognize.
I would also make I would entertain a motion if I could figure out the timeline. But if you look at the state code, if this were to be successful, it has to be passed on 2 majority readings or 2/3 majority readings, and then it would have to be placed on the essentially a referendum ballot that would go out to the public. My hope is that if we were to say yes to this on 2 readings, that it would then go to the March ballot. That way it would be effective by the next election cycle for the city of Tullahoma. It goes into effect immediately if it were to pass on referendum. So I worry about the timeline if we don't vote on this tonight, so I'm willing to entertain thoughts. However, my intent on this, and I don't even know that it says because I was going to wait and get you guys to weigh in and make a motion or whatever, but I'm thinking 2 terms is sufficient for both alderman and mayor. So let somebody else.
I love the idea. And it's something that before you were an alderman, we talked about. But I do, this would be another one where I'd like to have a study session and a couple things. One, get the process on the referendum, just to double check on that. Double check, can it be on are there additional costs for us to put it on the March, because we won't have any, I guess we'll have the school system on the ballot, but let's check it, any additional costs for that. Can it go on that, or does it have to go on a general ballot? So I love it. I want to do it. I don't know if 2's the number, but that's something we can talk about. And then look at, does it affect backwards? Does it forwards? How does it affect those pieces? So those would just be the questions that I think we could answer in a study session, but I love it.
I'd like to offer a suggestion tonight to pass this as it's written. It's on the first of 2 readings, we could answer those questions in between and make those amendments before the second reading.
And then that way we've got our 2 readings.
And that way we've got our 2 readings, because we are in a time crunch if we want to
I say pass this and add it to the study session on Wednesday even to talk about some of those things.
I don't, Mr. Mayor, this is not one of the kinds of things that we can have a referendum concerning. The code section that's being cited in here refers to mayor automatic charters, not private act cities, and I don't think that's applicable to us at all, so I don't think that we can do this. But I definitely think that in order to do the research, I don't want to be able to do it by Wednesday night. I think we ought to add it to the study session when we're going to consider the other things at the study session later on.
There are many mayor and aldermanic charters who are established by private acts in the city.
They're different. They're different statutory provisions for those, Ms. Amacher.
No, there are mayor and aldermanic charters who are established by private acts. So both sections would apply.
We may be able to do it without a referendum.
I mean, yeah, if we could do it without a referendum, that'd be great, but I honestly think it should go to referendum. And I think we should do it based on what the state code says, obviously. I, like I said, would like to see us talk more about this maybe on Wednesday if possible, and go ahead and pass it for now and then adjust it.
Let me say
we
that
are in a time crunch.
Let me say that I have seen so many cities that have mayors who have served multiple years. I'll cite our neighboring city of Shelbyville for her friend over there who just retired. I'll cite the city of Franklin, Ken Moore, who was just reelected again and again. So we can have dedicated public servants who are serving their cities in wonderful ways and have connections throughout their connections to be effective public servants who we would cut off at the end of, for some arbitrary time. I would certainly be opposed to this.
I have one more thing to say about it, just real quick. So it actually says in the language of that code that that charter has to be a private act charter by saying that form of government is authorized upon its own initiative. That's the language that states that it's for a private act charter. So this is exactly the type of government that is required by that. Yes, that's what that means.
We have a motion to postpone.
I have a motion to postpone until I don't think Wednesday's enough time. We could, if there is enough time and we can get to that study session, great. If not, then I would postpone it too. I hate overloading his too, because we're going to be here a while. I'll make a motion to postpone until no later than the date that we set for no later than that date. If it's before, great. If not,
No later than the date for
that we set, yeah.
Administrator quick.
Yeah.
What about if it was the date that we're having the, whenever Hannah is coming down here?
Too much, too many things, too many different subjects.
I do want to make sure that we get that.
That's this week.
Oh, yeah.
I think she was talking about the special call
The
meeting.
special called meeting, and then we could already have an opinion from,
For a special call meeting, you can only do one thing.
One thing, Jim.
I'm not okay with, I don't think.
No later than the date set for a study session in January?
Yes.
Actually, we have to list it.
I think we can do it without a referendum.
That's the motion. Postpone or not postpone?
No motion.
Okay. Where's it at?
Two noes and 5 yeses will postpone. Adjourn. Beer board in session. Public comments from beer board. Nobody here from the beer board. Consent agenda motion. Motion by Marker, seconded by
That's not even the right thing, sorry.
Gary.
oh, what did we just do?
thing on the consent agenda is consent agenda, ready to vote. Consent agenda passes 7-0. No unfinished business, new business. BB 45, request to approve beer permit for off-premises for Stars Vaping on 811 East Lincoln Street. Mr. Ronnie Aldermen will be the manager of the beer sales. He's not here tonight. It's been our
I'd like to speak on this.
Please speak.
I sent them a letter to attend, and I called him specifically and asked him to be here because I had 3 people come in to get this at different times, and there was a lot of, I didn't feel good about it. That's why I asked him specifically to be here, and he's not here.
Is your recommendation postponed or denied?
It is. Well, that's up to you, but I would ask you not to pass it tonight.
Make a motion to postpone.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to postpone.
If anybody would like a piece of pizza on their way out, since most everything is closed, please get it.
Motion to postpone passes 7-0. Everyone's adjourned. Everyone have a great evening.
We got a lot done, though.